I think this should be starting, right? If there's any issues with the audio or the video, please let me know. So, hello and welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a wonderful day, and hope you're excited about the new patch, or as excited as I am. I haven't looked at any of the cards yet, pretty much, except the ones that were shown in the trailer that we had already seen. You know, the megas, the new supporters, or a couple of new supporters. Hi, welcome Nathan to the stream. Yeah, so I'll be doing like the first reactions to every new card, pretty much. I think there were a couple of other cards that weren't in the trailer that were revealed as well, like the Charmeleon and what was it called? The Heliolisk. Yeah, you mentioned that as well. I haven't looked at Xerneas yet, if that's how you pronounce it, so that's another thing. Excuse me if I kind of butchered the pronunciation of any Pokemon. I typically kind of look up the pronunciation before I do my videos. That is not like a possibility right now. So yeah, I guess without further ado, we can get into the pulls. So I have pretty much like 140-ish pulls ready, or 40-ish free plus 100 paid. So kind of going with max pack openings here. Hoping to get pretty much all of the diamond cards at least. Hi, welcome to the stream, Magikarp. Ariados with Whimsicott EX. Haven't seen Ariados, but Whimsicott, I wonder what kind of card would synergize with Whimsicott. But yeah, maybe getting a little bit ahead of myself for now. But I'll definitely keep that in mind and come back to it a bit later. Oh, thank you so much, Lax Demon. Welcome to the stream. And thank you for watching and you know, making this video making journey all the more enjoyable. But yeah, let me know if everything's right with the audio though, because I've only done some preliminary testing, and we always kind of have to be careful about some of these potential technical issues. All right, so yeah, I'll change the view here to the chat. Welcome to the stream, Toto. Tomash. It's got a Reuniclus, man, that HP stat. I haven't seen that card yet, but I'm really excited. Like it's a stage 2, right? It was psychic type-ish. Really look like the visual design of it. All right. Thanks. Nice. Let's get into it then. So as I mentioned, I've only seen like the cards that were revealed in the trailer and a couple of others like the Charmeleon and Heliolisk. Heliolisk looking really good though. I'm scared about the Magneton and Magnezone, to be honest. I wish they were metal type, but because the Clement supporter like fetches the Heliolisk as well, I have a feeling they're both electric or lightning. So yeah, I'm just getting the free packs out of the way. Nice first card. 2-leaf energy. But it's an attack. Interesting. With 100 HP, not too bad, but for a single energy. I mean, going first, this could be really good. Right? I mean, you do take like 2 attacks before you can really evolve this. Can't believe what the crown cards are. I'm kind of scared of it. Okay, so I mean, I have some mixed feelings about Ivysaur, but maybe it'll make more sense later on. So new Burmese, Purloin, okay, kinda. I really love the art. That's kind of a weird looking bong, if I'm being honest. Okay. Lamont, yeah, we had seen this one. Already collected highlight cards? Probably the Clement or something. Okay, another free pack. Ariados, so there it is. Your opponent's active Pokemon retreat cost is one more. Ah, that's kind of beautiful. And it works from the bench. I see what you mean now with the Whimsicott. Yeah, this is actually kind of nuts. The current meta has been a lot about pivoting in and out, especially against babies. Like, this is kind of nuts. And I mean, 30 for 1 on a stage 1 is all right, but this seems kind of insane, especially with the new item. Does the speed grow? You can kind of have the spinner rack on your bench, and it just kind of speed grow. There you go, instantly activated. This seems insane. I was wondering about like what speed grow decks I would build, and if I would build one today. And this is a serious contender for a card that should be in it. Okay, Mothim, pretty one of the Burmy evolutions. New Grimer. Retreat cost of 3. Oh. Alright. Really cool art. Love it. No dragon cards. That's a shame, actually. I always get excited about the new dragons every set. And yet another free pack, or I guess it's from the premium thing. Okay, so there's the muck. Gunk shot. Your opponent's active Pokemon is now poisoned. That's kind of bad. 130. It can wear a heavy helmet, but I mean, 3 dark energy is almost not usable on any Pokemon whatsoever, except potentially Darkrai, I guess. They hate Dragon. Oh, that's the Clement's backpack. During this turn, attacks used by a Magneton or Heliolisk. Okay, so it's kind of a multi-purpose red as an item. That's pretty, but only a Magneton. That's really awkward. Not Magnezone. Okay, but it does make the Heliolisk deal like 140. I mean, will a Magnezone deck without Heliolisk want this? It depends on the new Magneton, but the old Magneton was already so broken that, like, who... I mean, I have to see the new Magneton first, but before judging. But I find it hard to believe you would want to run a new Magneton over the old one, which was already so broken. Okay, new Emolga. Paravium or Quick Attack. Okay. Not great, but missing the evolution. Welcome to the stream, Mohammad and Levi. Okay, I see. Pairs well with the new Magneton. I have to see it. Probopass, 130 HP. Metallic Turbo. Oh. NEX Dialga, huh? Retreat cost of 4. Okay, but actually the old Probopass, the old non-EX Probopass was absolutely awful, or required what, 4 energy, I think. So this actually makes Probopass EX slightly better, because now you can run like a sort of Probopass deck that has both the non-EX and the EX one, and this one can help ramp not only your Probopass EX, but also whatever else you're running in that deck. I might have to experiment with Probopass EX and with this new non-EX one to potentially ramp. Also because the non-EX steel card that ramps is really good. Like one of the problems with Dialga is just the fact that it's an EX and it feels awfully slow. And this even survives like a hit from Altaria or whatever. Not from a Blaziken though. If Blaziken even is still meta after Charizard EX. But I have a feeling they will both be meta sort of. For different reasons. But let's see. Alright, so let's start with the 10 packs. 10 pools. Also, if you guys have any like deck requests, feel free to let me know. As early as it is, I will try to get to it if we have time today. Right. Only one little glow there. Trubbish. Muck. Rainiclus. 30 HP for each. Psychic Energy. Oh. 3 colorless. I mean... So you'd run this with Gardevoir or something? Or potentially like Giratina Dawn? But I guess Gardevoir. I mean, 30 HP for each is significant. Sorry, but the I don't know. The attack is so lackluster that does the ability compensate for the attack? If you even use the attack, you're already getting 90 HP, so 180 total. Is really nice. I mean, yeah, it's intended for the attack to be lackluster in the sense that you're going for the 2 shots on most targets. And it's a non-EX, so if it kind of can do its purpose by just kind of... Yeah, but you don't want to invest all of your energy onto it, and then when it gets knocked out, you need to follow it up with something. Yeah, this is really tricky to use. And if you like... You can think of Gardevoir as a combo, but they are both stage 2s. And by doing that, you pretty much have no space in the deck for anything else. Maybe a Giratina or a Mewtwo, I guess. But even then, like you're probably only running 1 Gardevoir, or are you running 2? Or maybe only running 1 Rainiclus. Let's see. I don't love it just in terms of deck building. I like... viable deck building, but I do love it in terms of kind of off-meta potential. So there's a Spinarak, 50 HP. War Turtle. As long as this Pokemon is on your bench, prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks. Oh. Hi there. Welcome to the stream. Red Genesect. Okay, I mean, yeah, anti-bench snipers, except it doesn't work against Greninja. But I like it. This can also be... I feel like we've gotten a slightly bit of a shift in this set to not use rare candy as much. Or like, stage 2s that want to be a little bit slower and maybe... I mean, especially with grass, with the new speed grow item. But yeah, this is interesting. I mean, I wonder to which extent, because the Squirtle can still get bench sniped. If you evolve the War Turtle too early with the Blastoise, it can still get bench sniped. So this is only really kind of to power up for the Blastoise while you have the stage 1 on the board. But if you keep your Blastoise in the hand for too long, you might get a little bit vulnerable to red card and such. Copycats. So really like the ability. I'm not sure if the stage 1 is the best one to have it. Oh. Tiny. Interact. Wait, sorry, I missed the Garbodor. I'll get to it later on the recap. Houndour. Switch out your opponent's active Pokemon to the bench. Okay, we already had a couple of these, but new Houndoom then. Oh, Shiny Silvally. Okay. All right. It's crazy to think that Silvally has been power crept. Like, Silvally, the bane of my existence for a long time. Like pretty much the strongest sage one in the game for a long time. And now it's barely even usable because of Altaria and stuff like that. It's crazy. It's just so crazy. If Silvally has been power crept, imagine the amount of stage ones that also have been, or had already been, but are even more now. So, okay, new paralysis Helioptile. Not bad. It even deals some damage. Very curious about Ditto as well. Hi Justin, welcome to the stream. Vaniri, flip 2 coins, 20 for each heads. Oh, there's a Houndoom. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, for a long time, for a lot of sets, I actually love this stat line of like a stage 1 that deals 50 for 1. I used like the Primeape for a long time, the Mythical Island Primeape, if I'm not mistaken. But right now, like, this feels borderline unusable, unfortunately. But let's see. I feel like, you know, most decks competitively would just run the Hitmore that snipes the bench, or even the Hitmore that kind of snipes the babies or one-shots the babies. But I do kind of like these in terms of pure stats. Okay, Turbo Pass again. Yanshao or another one? I mean, isn't this exactly like Primeape? Maybe Primeape has 80 HP? Low Punny. Okay. High roll. Infuse. Sunkern. Oh, there's a Magneton. Also does 20 damage. One of your opponent's benched. I mean, it's a good attack. But is it better than the previous Magneton? I don't think so. Again, it might depend on the Magnezone itself. And with Clement being able to deal 40, I mean, is that significant enough for a stage 1? Sometimes. But I feel like the previous Magneton just gives you 2 lightning energy before you even evolve it. Pretty much every single time, or at least 2 lightning energy. That's just so valuable. But it's not a bad attack. It's just, it has very tough competition. Oh, the backpack increases bench damage as well. I guess I missed that detail. Oh, 60 with the bench. We did both backpacks, you mean? Yeah, that... Okay, it's interesting. So, yeah, it empowers both the damage to the active and to the bench. Yeah, that's much more like it then. But it even still, I feel like you would still run the previous Magneton. But maybe one of each. Let's see. Yeah, I think both have decent potential, but the older one is just so valuable because it allows you to run other Pokemon and kind of ramp both at the same time. But yeah, if like the new Magnezone attacks for only 1 or 2 energies, maybe that changes things. Might be a double Cyrus type deck, yeah. Yeah, double Cyrus can be really, really good with a shell like that. Especially because we don't really... If we had like something like a Pheromosa or... what was it called? Hitmontop, I guess? I thought we had another type like that. But yeah, if we had something like a lightning type Pheromosa, then there was no reason to run this Magneton. But I guess this could... Well, Chinese Solgaleo. I don't think I had ever seen like the color scheme for a shiny Solgaleo. This is kind of jarring. So red. Okay. Launcher. Okay. Curious about the Clawitzer. Leopard. Absolutely red. Your opponent reveals a random card from their hand and shuffles it into their deck. Shuffle this Pokemon into your deck. What the hell? Reveals a random card from their hand and shuffles it into their deck. I mean, 60 for one. And then you shuffle this Pokemon, which I assume includes the basic version as well. This is wild, but it's really awkward that you shuffle this on your turn and then you have to put something else into the active spot to take a hit. That's what I don't love. That your opponent can kind of see this coming, put something not as valuable in the active spot, and then punish whatever else you bring. You do lose one dark energy in the process, which feels really bad. But 60 for one is decent. The effect, I mean, the first half of the effect is decent. It's a random card, though. I mean, yeah, this can be fun, though. Yeah, if it went to the hand, absolutely. Yeah, that makes sense as well. Because you're kind of not thinning out your deck. You're doing the opposite. Okay, new Magnemite. Oh, 30 damage. Damn. I think that's the new Magnemite people are going to use. That's really good. I mean, 50 was very problematic for a very long time against the Carnivines and the Skarmories of the world. But now with Lysia, and now that those cards have been kind of phased out, 50 HP isn't really very problematic anymore. I mean, there's still Hitmonchan EX, I guess. Okay, our turtle. Another command. Another one of these. Yeah, gotta collect them all, I suppose. Nose pass. Flip a coin. If heads, this deals 20 more damage. So, yeah. I don't quite remember the older nose pass, but this is probably better just because it can one-shot babies for only one energy. And it's colorless, so yeah. New Porygon 2. There's no way this is better than the previous Porygon 2. We already have such a busted Porygon 2. Okay, Naniax Charizard. 150 for 4. 32 itself. I guess. I mean, compared to the previous Naniax Charizard, which would discard energy, I guess this is a bit more convenient. But 4 energy is still a lot. Better OG Golem, yeah, that dealt 52 itself. That was harsh. Heliolisk, yeah, so that one had been revealed before. Very cool art. Squirtle. Makuhita. Okay, that's Serena. I wonder how much this is really going to be used compared to something like May or even Copycat. So Clawitzer deals 20 damage for each of your opponent's Pokemon. Okay, so like Lurantis for grass. That's interesting. Not especially impressive, but probably usable. Maybe even now I was thinking how much it would synergize with Blastoise for the pinch damage or the preparation of the Cyrus. Yeah, so there's one I think I missed, which was the Garbodor. 130, flip a coin. If heads, discard a random energy from your opponent's active. Okay. I don't love it, but at least it has one colorless energy. feel like a lot of these cards, especially for dark, have been all dark energy, and that makes them so hard to use. But yeah, it's kind of garbage for sure. Especially only 70 damage, and it's not like it's a continuous coin flip like the Ultra Beast. What's its name? Yeah, you know the one. Guzzlord. That's the name. Yeah, Grindcore. Yeah, to be honest, I do wish those continuous coin flip attacks were limited to just one coin flip, and even Misty. I don't love what those cards have done to the game, with the potential of rolling like 4 heads in a row and the game is over, kinda. Staraptor, 140 HP, flip 4 coins. So a colorless stage 2 Zapdos EX. Kinda, right? That's that can be fun. Retreat cost of 1 and everything. Stage 2 is harsh, but should be kinda usable, even if just for fun. During your opponent's next turn, this Pokemon takes -20 from attacks. Yeah, I do prefer the data scan Porygon. Oh, new Porygon Z. This attack deals 20 damage for each trainer card in your opponent's deck. That's wild. And trainers include supporters. Like, that's an important distinction. Trainer is everything that is not a Pokemon. Right? It includes items, it includes supporters, it includes fossils, it includes Pokemon tools. That's kind of cracked. I have to do some testing with this. But this might be a lot of damage. But you have to attack with it very early on. Right? Otherwise, like with the potential of card draw, with copycats and such, you gotta be really careful that they don't draw too fast. So maybe you want red cards to delay them. Stuff like silver. This could be really fun. Again, I think the other two Porygon Z's might be better, but depends on how much damage potential this really has on average. There are a switch and baby ramp to work. Yeah, this does have to come out really quickly. Flash the Ditto into the Ambipom Rampardos deck you made, and it's working wonderful. Your opponent has to deal with 3 Rampardos. Yeah, like Ditto Rampardos, I think, has been the most common pairing for Ditto. Unfortunately, Ditto doesn't work with the EX Pokemon. So otherwise, I think it would be really interesting. But I guess they're kind of future-proofing the card so that it does never become like a huge issue. But imagine, I mean, even a Hitmonchan EX, you can kind of just copy your Hitmonchan EX to have your Ditto become a slightly better Farfetch'd with the flexibility of then copying Rampardos or something the turn after. Yeah, you can imitate when needed. Yeah, because Ditto is not necessarily a bad card to start the match with. That's what I like about it. That you can kind of double down on whatever other basics you have to not only kind of make it less likely to start with some of those basics, but also have the flexibility of copying any of them and any of their evolutions. Hi Connor, welcome to the stream. Yeah, Whimsicott Ariados has been talked about. It looks very promising. And Whimsicott felt like one of those underrated cards from last set that deals more damage than it might seem. But I think it might be really tough to use with the new against the new Charizard, because like all of those decks that only rely on 2 attackers, like one on EX and an EX one, Charizard can kind of just sweep them. So you kind of need 3 attackers to deal with Charizard, I think. Yeah, Manaphy. Manaphy is another one. I was trying to come up with like a potential Manaphy deck with Ditto, so that you can not only kind of use Manaphy's ability, but then copy whatever else you're ramping that energy onto as well. That feels like it has some potential, even if just for fun. Quick Row Extract, really excited to use this. Yeah, to put just clean out your deck. Basically like Porygon 2's ability of just kind of fetching an evolution. This is so good. Like a cracked Pokeball for grass. Pretty. Yeah, we had seen that one. Charmeleon looks really, really good, but not necessarily to ramp itself, because that's the most awkward case. Like, I wonder what Charizard is going to be ran with, because Charizard, I feel, needs a second attacker. Maybe it's just Entei, and Charmeleon can help ramp Entei faster, and also synergizes then with the Flame Patch. But I'm not sure how much better than Blaziken Entei that would be. Okay, Basculin, 80 HP. If this Pokemon moves from the bench to the active spot, this deals 40 more damage, so 80 total. Okay, that's kind of interesting. 80 HP is obviously really low, but for a basic, that's expected. It's kind of awkward. I guess with Mantike could be kind of usable, but it's still kind of awkward. Okay, new Mismagius. Move all Psychic Energy from this Pokemon to one of your benched. Interesting. So this is basically a Psychic Swanna. Isn't Swanna better than this? Right? I think Swanna has 80 HP, but has a 0 retreat cost. So after you move all the Psychic Energy, unless you're really expecting this to get knocked out, you still need to pay 1 retreat cost. Swanna is kind of colorless. Fits into anything. I guess you can use this with Gardevoir, right? You cannot use Gardevoir with Swanna. So this is kind of awkward. Maybe it's usable. Oh, new supporter for Mismagius? Okay. Or for Psychic types, potentially. Hey, new Onix. Brock comes back. Flip a coin if heads. During your opponent's... Okay, so... yeah. For 3 energy, this is a very tall order. I was expecting this for maybe 2 energy at most. Or lower the damage to like 10 or 0 and maybe 1 energy. That's such an awkward Onix. Alright, new Steelix. During your opponent's next turn, this Pokemon has no weakness. That's kind of funny, so it does not get one-shotted by Blaziken, essentially. Or any fire type like Flareon EX. 100 is decent. You have the Onix, you have the Jasmine. But yeah. Let me just check real quick the Steelix that we already had. So yeah, it was 4 energy, 110 damage. With the same HP, I guess this one is marginally better, but that's kind of underwhelming. All right, I got Charizard. Y'all had already seen this. Squirtle, Onyx. Yeah, I'll try to pick up the pace a little bit more. Ah, that's such a cool art. Love it. The cards in the evolution are barely usable at all, but it's still fun. Put a random supporter card from your deck into your hand. Interesting, but as an attack, it's basically just a collect or a find a friend, but for supporters. Yeah, I don't love it. I kind of prefer the other maze reviews that checks the opponent's hand. Okay, new Hariyama. This could be used with the Hala, is it? I feel like it's more usable than the latest Hariyama we've got. Okay. Oh, Mega Steelix. For energy 120, during our opponent's next turn, this Pokemon takes -20 from attacks and has no weakness. Interesting. 220 is pretty bulky for stage 1. For energy is obviously a lot. I was not expecting us to get more Megas actually, because we got what, 6 Megas in Mega Rising, like 2 per pack. So now that it's only a single pack, I was only expecting us to get the 3. So this comes off as a surprise. I mean, any Pokemon that has a requirement of 4 energy is rough. You do have the new Probopass to help ramp this, or just the Dialga. But wouldn't you run like Melmetal EX maybe? Since Melmetal deals more damage. And Jasmine does not work with this. So like Steel Apron is as good as it gets, or Heavy Helmet, I suppose. Treated as Steelix in the active spot. Yeah, I feel like a lot of those supporters that have named Pokemon in them could use a slight tweak to include EXs or non-EXs. Right? Already I'm over halfway of the cards collected. 69 diamond cards. It's less than I thought. Thought we would get like 90-ish, maybe. Aromatisse, during our opponent's next turn, attacks used by the defending Pokemon cost 1 more. Nice. I love this effect. Hi, Ijal. Next to, welcome to the stream. It's just my chat box is kind of small, so I had to come closer to read your name. Yeah, in any case, I love these attack effects. On a stage 1, it's really nice. Has one colorless who can be ramped. I feel like this is almost a better Outland, except only on 100 HP is obviously rough. But this should be usable. Especially like synergizes with Indeedee. You can have your Pichu or Ikorio in there as well if you want to. Because why not, right? Who's not running Oricorio these days? Okay. Oh, cool. This attack deals 20 more damage for each mental energy attached. Oh, really? This is to 70 if you have 3? This is really underwhelming, even with the Probopass or Dialga. Someone mentioned Genesect earlier. I was trying to scroll up to see what was mentioned about it, but I think it already went out of view in the chat. But yeah, it's not very impressive just because it's so slow. If it had like 50 base damage, then we could be more interesting. But all of this trouble just with 110 HP, like it's gonna get swept really fast. Uffalant, love the art. If any of your Pokemon were knocked out by damage from an attack during your opponent's last turn, this attack deals 40 more damage, so kind of a colorless Marshadow. This space is great. I love the slow, methodical assessment of the new cards and your thoughts on how they can fit in and work with the decks. Thank you for the kind words, and welcome to the stream, Exponent Fire. I mean, yeah, I am a little bit worried I am taking a little bit too long, but this is kind of one of the moments of the new sets that I really love the most, is just kind of reacting to the cards, just thinking of the possibilities. I kind of just get excited about seeing new cards. Starly, one random Starly, this is quite nice. Although I think one of the previous Starlies had 50 HP, so you could use it with the Lysia. And this one you cannot. Yeah, the Pluck Starly that discarded tools. So it's got some competition. Alright. I'll take my time, but be mindful of not being too sluggish either. Magnezone 150 HP. Looking forward to seeing this one. 3 energy, mirror shot 90 damage if your opponent during your opponent's next turn. They try to use an attack. Whoa. That's not bad. Not bad at all. They can just retreat to something else. It's really interesting that it's 2 colorless. So you can kind of splash these into just about any deck because Magneton just ramps this easily. The old Magneton. And it's only like 20 less damage than the other Magnezone without discarding energy. 20 less is still kind of a big deal because 110 with red, or with the red and the Rocky Helmet or something, like, you know, the other one is closer to the sweet spot of 140 damage. So this is just kind of admitting I will have to take 2 attacks to take out anything. But I really like those effects. I've been meaning to build another, like, what was it called? Octillery deck. I did one before Mantike even existed. And was a lot of fun, but now with Mantike should be much better. I wonder if you could even run Octillery with the Magnezone. Okay, during your opponent's next turn. Yeah, had seen these ones. I guess there's not much more that we are still missing here. I did miss one card just now. No, what, the second to last pack? Yeah, it was just a kind of a filler. Not too impressive. 70 HP, especially considering how bulky the next one is gonna be. All right, maybe 140 packs is a bit overkill for this small set, or relatively small. I do gotta fish out for the 2 stars sooner or later, and I do want 2 copies of every diamond card at least to build some decks. We're what, 45 minutes in? Oh, I've heard shiny. Oh, Xerneas. So somebody was mentioning this earlier. This attack's damage is reduced by the amount of damage this Pokemon has on it. Huh. So you need to heal it a lot. Retreat cost of 2 is rough. Yeah, I don't love it. I think this is a huge downside compared to something like the Virizions we got or the Caldeo and such. I feel like this is too harsh of a downside for a retreat cost of 2. But I guess if you're running Gardevoir, it is a nice little burst of damage. 120 is also not very impressive. Oh, Buzzwole EX shiny. Kind of a funny color scheme as well. Oh, damn. Skip the non-EX Venusaur. I'll get to it. Another Steelix. So is there any deck that you guys want to see first? Sunflora, I don't think... Oh yeah, this had been revealed. Yeah, so if you have used Quick Grow Extract, this deals 60 for 1. She's decent. There's a new Ariados as well. I wonder if you can make a nice deck with both. Steelix first. Okay, noted. It's one of the roughest to build around, so not sure how much time I would need with that one. If this Pokemon has at least 2 extra water energy, this attack also deals 50 to one of your opponent's benched. So if you have 5 energy... Okay, I mean 50 is pretty good. Yeah, with Brock. Absolutely. I mean, the alternative would be like the new Probopass, I suppose. Or I guess just the Dialga. Another Charmeleon. Growth Spurt deck. Yeah, but it can't just be Sunflora and Ariados. It needs a little bit of something else in there. I guess just a finisher, kinda. Could even be just Virizion. I've been wondering... Oh, I messed up. I think wanted to see the Venusaur. I think I can go from here. 160 for energy, now poisoned. Okay, so it's pretty bad, to be honest. This is very underwhelming. 2 2-star Brocks from Genetic Apex. Yeah, I feel you. Okay, starting to use some gold here. But I'm at a point where I already have pretty much all of them. I wonder if I can just tap and hold. I'd have to be quick to not skip anything potentially. I haven't got any immersive or 2 stars. And as much of a whale as I am, I have never gotten a single god pack either. It would be a nice surprise. Oh, these art is sick. This is amazing. Another shiny Solgaleo EX. I mean, I'm at a point where the good thing about shiny EXs is that I can trade away the 2 stars of those same EXs, because I'm kind of running like I've been making very good use of the 2-star trading. especially during last set. I've gotten most of the supporters that I was missing. But as a trade-off, I'm kind of running out of 2 stars to trade away. Hello, Claire. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, I mentioned that earlier. This Solgaleo is so red. It's so jarring. I think I had never seen that the shiny Solgaleo before. I guess it's kind of fitting that a Pokemon based on the sun would kind of be glaring to your eyes. Rare to find the people who trade shinies. I just use a couple of apps. There's like Poke Hub and what is it, Poke Trade or something? Yeah, Poke Hub and Poke Trade. Like I just you in those apps you can set up which cards you have, which cards you want, and the app just kind of automatically searches for everyone that kind of satisfies your trading requirements. So in a few minutes you can kind of find anyone that can trade you stuff. Oh, heard a shiny. Shiny Oddish. Alright, I've always loved Oddish, to be honest. And there's a viewer who has been asking for a Bellossom deck for a long time. And I've been meaning to do it, but the Bellossoms are so hard to make work. I kind of hope we just get a new Bellossom. Bellossom? I'm not quite sure how to pronounce. Whoa, 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 whoa. Take card. Oh. And that's rough. Sometimes I don't know why the immersives kind of get bugged in the emulator, which is a shame. Or not all immersives, but there's a few immersives that have gotten kind of stuck in the emulator. That's really sad. I'll have to recheck that in my mobile phone later. There's a way to kind of recheck immersive animations through your collection if you want to. Just kind of as a PSA. But yeah, so we've seen one immersive. I wonder how many more we have. Actually, how many cards am I really missing? Like only 4 diamond ones. Yeah, Mega Venusaur. The regular Sunflora, Mega Blastoise. I don't know what this is because Probopass is a metal type. And yeah, and then it's just one stars and above. Okay, so with only 4 missing and what, 2 or 3 of them being megas, I think I can speed up the pace a little bit more. Shiny Guzzlord EX. Kind of a funny color scheme as well. Hello, Punny, are you serious? No, but it was like a fighting type. Is Lopunny a fighting type? Thought it was colorless. Or maybe colorless and fighting in the min games. I got the regular Sunflora now. We had seen the 1-star one. Right, there it is. Mega Venusaur. Now poisoned and asleep. Oh, sick. Sick. Love it. Okay. Yeah, Megalopony. So that makes more sense. Ooh, love the art. Not the card so much, but this is beautiful. To be honest, the art of the cards feels like 80% of this game's budget. The other 20 being for programmers and such. Whatever light programming they would need to do to just release a new set when it's needed. I really hope they're working on new game modes. Yeah, that temple was much better than the previous ones. Okay, another one starts in Flora. I think I heard a shiny noise on one of the later packs. Let's see. Maybe not. Oh, no. 2-star Clement. I'll take it. 2 random cards from among Magneton, Heliolisk, and Clement's backpack. Yeah, I gotta explore Clement decks. Feel like they will be really strong. Let's see, and I think you can build like Magnezone centered one without the Heliolisk, or even a Heliolisk centered one without the Magnezone, or even one with both. I think all 3 variants can make sense. But one of the synergies with the Heliolisk and Magneton is just using Elemental Switch on your Magneton that generates energy to just, facilitate the Heliolisk's attack more easily back to back. Because without Heliolisk without Magneton is going to be a bit trickier to make work. All right, shiny Charizard. But this is a shiny of this version. Usually the shinies are of previous versions, previous sets. Okay. Another Mega Steelix. I'll just be dumping the rest of the gold into more packs. And at this rate, with almost all diamond cards collected, I might be able to start saving already for the next pack. Unless I want to fish out any 2-star. Which I'm not usually that desperate for the 2-stars. I wonder if that's all the 1-stars as well, or if 76 and 77 are also 1-stars. But yeah, after this, I'll probably just check Pokemon Zone to check what all of the 2-stars and immersives are, just to check the art a little bit. In the Crown Rare, I'm really curious about that one. Hope it's not something like the Quick Grow Extract. I wouldn't be too surprised. Maybe it's Serena. I saw that the premium deals in the shop, or the new premium package or something, is based around Serena, so I wouldn't be surprised if Serena was the Crown Rare. Okay, almost level 59 at this rate. Alright, I think I'm probably just like, I had, what, 1,000 or 1,100 gold or something. I should be... Whoa, seriously? Second Blastoise EX, I'll take it. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, there it is. Hello, Punny. 190 HP, stage 1, fighting type, flip 2 coins. This attack deals 90 damage for each head. Your opponent's active Pokemon is now confused. This is Marowak EX on crack. I like it. I mean, like Marowak EX, it's gonna suck when you roll two tails. So that's gonna hinder this card a lot. But it feels borderline usable. I have a feeling this is not gonna be meta, but it's certainly gonna be a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to building a deck around it. The last time I built a deck around Marowak EX, it actually did pretty well. But that was before Megas, so I think it would perform much worse now. But the extra HP from Lopunny can really come in handy, and I can see the confusion being really good too. Except potentially against Altaria or maybe even Absol. Those guys can retreat really easily. Mega Steelix. It's a sign. I've pulled 6. I'm surprised you saw how many I've pulled. I'm kind of losing track of it already, but yeah, it's been a few. But all right, I can... Oh, are you serious? Whoa! What is this? This isn't even in the pack. What sense does this make? Yeah, this definitely caught me off guard. I was not expecting this crown rare among all the cards in the set. Now I have to pull a second one. Because you never really run only one Aegislash in the deck, right? So it'll kind of interfere with the flare. Not to have the second one. It's really cool. Actually, I didn't pull a single crown rare for Mega Rising, but I really love the Lilligant in particular. I do wish like Lilligant had a 1-star version as well. Because a lot of the times I feel like, I don't know, we've often gotten a 1-star or 2-star version of the crown rare as well. And a lot of the time I feel like I prefer the 1-star or the 2-star versions. It just feels more colorful than the golden scheme, even though golden has, you know, nice flair in itself. But yeah, this is awesome. I didn't even pay much attention to what new cards can potentially synergize with Aegislash in this set. I might have to take a look at it again. Yeah, I need the double gold swords, exactly. It won't sit well to have like only one of them in the bench and the other being like a poor man's version. Just joking. And that's it. All of the diamond cards. Still have to check the 2-stars. I'm really curious. Okay, I think I'm probably just like 20 packs away from having all of them. I mean, from having all of the pack openings for the day. for reaching the limit. There's a limit of like 600 gold, I believe, that you can spend in one day for packs. Okay, another Sunflora. This background always gets me. The shiny background. Xerneas. Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't get the... What's it called or pronounced? Yveltal? Yveltal? I have no idea how to pronounce that. But the counterpart to Xerneas has the legendaries of X and Y. AG/Mega Steelix, not greedy at all, huh? I feel like, although interesting, Steelix doesn't really need AG/. You probably want the deck slots to make Steelix more consistent and more bulky. Okay, we got the Oddish shiny, now the Gloom. Oh, cool. This is awesome. Love the art. Really cool. I love rainbows in this game, the rainbow cards. Like, almost all of them are just amazingly beautiful. I can't believe this. Are you kidding me? This is extreme luck. I ran out of luck. I can't play Lopunny today, otherwise I'm only rolling tails. I've used up all of my luck today. That's insane. It's a sign. The shiny type, no. That's crazy. Okay, I can try to build that deck, but I have a feeling it's really bad. So don't blame me if I keep losing with it. But we can try to make it work. The Mega Steelix AG/ deck. Oh yeah, Mismagius Fantina. I forgot about Fantina while reviewing the Mismagius. Can transfer energy to a big attack on the bench. So yeah, Fantina should definitely be really interesting with that effect, right? If you could have a supporter to Swanna, you would use it. So that might be like the differential that makes Mismagius better than Swanna. Not the 10 extra HP, it's the Fantina. Oh, also, welcome to the stream, Anthony. I don't think I had seen you here yet. Mismagius Fantina, huh? I haven't used Fantina at all, pretty much. Hello, bonjour. Un dia, JRPG Queen. So hope you're having good luck with your pack openings, or as much luck as I did with the double golden AG/ already. Lovely Whimsicott has found its partner. Absolutely. It can probably just work by itself, Ariada's Whimsicott, but I think you'd probably want Pheromosa in there as well. Or at least I think Pheromosa would be a nice fit in the mix to start the match with, deal some chip, prepare some Cyrus and such. Alright, cool. Not sure if that's the second one or actually more. AG/ was really cool. And I was when I got the first one, first I was really surprised that it's the crown rare when it's not even part of this set. Right, that totally caught me off guard. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna go for a few singles to expand the gold. Yeah, Pheromosa, Whimsicott, Ariados, that should be a solid deck. But I guess you never really want to start a match with Spinarak. I think Ariados doesn't have an unusable attack, but still. Yeah, I guess I can do this later. There's not much more cards than I want, unless I would get super lucky with a 2-star. But I do want to just check real quick though. Oh, level up. Long loading. This game has loading times for everything. Okay, so what I did want to do now is just check the 2-stars, honestly, because I'm really curious about the art. I'm not sure if it's like visible enough as a window or if I should open each one. I guess this is not that much bigger. I can try to just increase the size of the... Yeah, that's a little bit better. Size of the browser. So, okay, I got 2 Blastoises, but Venusaur looking nice. Charizard is fine as well. Lopunny, pretty cool. Oh, this Steelix is sick. That's beautiful. And in-game it looks even better because of the like holo effect or the parallax effect with the hologram behind it. So Serena, Lamont. Oh, are those only the 2 supporters? Interesting. And only 2 items as well. And no dragon cards. Okay, Blastoise looking absolutely sick as well. Rainbow Lopunny. Pretty cool. It's giving me some what's it called? Like that movie Scott Pilgrim versus the World vibes kinda in here. With the colorful like special effects and such. Rainbow Steelix. This is absolutely wild. Oh, we even have the full on. Yeah, that's something else. And yeah, the immersive unfortunately kind of bugged in the emulator, so I couldn't check the animation. I'll have to check that later. So a bunch of shinies. Who the heck is asking for shiny Cloyster? So Sandslash, which is silly because we got like Mian Shao, which is exactly the same, right? Exactly the same. So I'm not a fan of when we get like exactly the same cards. I guess Mian Fu is better than the Sandshrews. So this is actually kind of nice. Probably not nice enough to be viable, but okay, so then pretty much 2 Ultra Beasts and then Solgaleo and Lunala. Oh, wait. We have to do a second crown rare. I only noticed that now. So I was kind of... Yeah, my gut instinct was that it was either the Quick Grow or the Serena that were going to be golden. And we actually got a Quick Grow. That's sick. I was not expecting that. Shiny Magnezone, yeah, that would make sense. Immersive shiny immersive Charizard. I can show you I can show you in the in the website. I think it's a bit more like makes a little bit more sense, but in game I can also show you that. But the problem is I don't think the emulator for some reason supports the shinies. The immersive animations. I can try to trigger it. Oh, apparently it does. It's now working. A little bit of a 3D effect there. Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that is pretty respectable. Growth in gold or the backpack? Oh, I'm glad it's not a backpack, to be honest, because it's super specific. Okay, so I guess it's time for either start building some decks, maybe just checking real quick what's in the Wonder Picks. If there's any 2-star, we can Gamba for. Unloading here. Yeah, Mega Charizard Dex. Because I believe Mega Charizard Dex is the Dragon type one, right? Dragon Fire. So I would love if Mega Charizard Dex is actually a Dragon type in this game as well. That would be so sick. Although all Dragon types have had dual energy requirements, right? And I don't think there's much... It makes a lot of sense for Charizard to have another energy other than fire. I don't know. It's not like I know the moveset super well to know which other types of moves it could use. And I'm assuming it's mostly just Dragon and Fire types. Okay, so 7 Steelix. Nothing here. Yeah, I mean, the immersive animation was rather simplistic compared to some of the previous ones we've gotten. I do agree with that. But the art itself is just really good anyway. Okay, just a quick claim all here. Pretty much got all of these. Arenas. This one is cute. The emblem. Okay, so I'll try to build some decks here. So you guys wanted Steelix. Let's try some Steelix. Yeah, I guess between the two, this is slightly better. They are both awful. Right, we would want a Brock, I believe. Although not... I can see situations where the second Brock is going to be rough to use. There's 2 Steelixes here. Should I run a normal Steelix in here as well? The Norikoryu counter. Yeah, the thing is Steelix is probably the hardest one to use out of all of these. And I think it just gets obliterated by Charizard. So I need to think of how I would deal with Charizard with a deck like this. It's not easy. So now I have to make a choice of either going with Dialga or going with the new Probopass, because I'm not gonna be able to easily ramp. Otherwise, like the new Probopass that Adamant, Heavy Helmet. Yeah, but none of that really helps against Charizard. Wait, can it? It is weak to fire, so it takes 270. I guess if it attacks first, it has no weakness, so it's still 250 with, let's say, Heavy Helmet, 230, and with Adamant, it does actually survive by 10 HP. But if it takes any damage, even a Chingling attacking it beforehand, it already doesn't survive unless you have healing. Yeah, it's not like nothing can just survive the Charizard, that's true, but you should still have a counter. Like, the weakness of Charizard is decks that have 3 attackers, I believe. Like, because Charizard can't really... weird. Yeah, the filter triggered. Anyway, the weakness of Charizard is Charizard can't really afford to attack 3 times and deal 150 to itself. So I think that the Charizard's weakness is the fact that it can't handle like decks against, or it can't handle attacking 3 times, or it can't handle decks that have 3 attackers in a row, which means like 2 non-EXs and an EX on top or a Mega on top. Chingling will be less relevant. I'm not sure. I did see we've gotten quite a few 30 damage dealers as basics, but not anything else that I noticed. I think. I guess Ariados making babies retreat for 1 is really rough. That could be insanely good. I feel like I prefer the Dialga for the text base. So we go for the research, the Pokeballs. What else? You kind of need Cyrus on everything. But I feel like Dialga is so slow. I don't love using Dialga. And even then, I feel like I'd probably want another steel type in here. I could consider something like Magearna or something. I just need like probably a basic attacker that can... I wonder if Solgaleo could even work, but Solgaleo is a stage 2 and it can't really afford the energy on both Steelix and Solgaleo. Okay, Stakatakas, Caesar. I miss Caesar actually. I mean, I could see you potentially using Skarmory EX. New Probopass with Ultra Necrozma deck. The dream is alive of using Ultra Necrozma. So... yeah, you guys were mentioning Steelix with Aegislash. There's no way you can survive 4 turns to ramp this with while still building the Aegislash. I feel like, yeah, I will eventually build more Aegislash decks, but I don't think Steelix is it. I guess I was thinking potentially of a Skarmory to just hold a fort here and there, but it's still a little bit too awkward. Honestly, even Steelix itself has somewhat of a rough competition in Melmetal, because they are kind of similar. But yeah, maybe I'm overthinking a little bit with the Dialgas because of the Brox. With the Brox, you can you can do it. If I go with a copycat route, yeah, pick out this filter. Going with a copycat route, which means having a few tools between Steel Apron or Heavy Helmet. I'm not sure which is better because I guess Heavy. Steel Apron is good. Let's try one of each and I'll test the waters with that. Maybe I should even have like 2. I guess, yeah, something like this. I'm considering having 3 tools. It's a little bit overkill, but just so that we make copycats even better. And now, okay, yeah, let's try one Adamant in case we run into a Charizard. But that means we need healing as well. And honestly, this is too many supporters for copycats. Like, you can't really... I feel like actually I need something like a leaf, maybe? What's the retreat cost of Onyx? It's 3. That's pretty rough. I feel like maybe even Lyra could be better. Maybe Apron could help against Venusaur. That's very true. I generally prefer Apron to Heavy Helmet in Steel type decks. Just because like Poison, you know, Sleeps, Confusions, Paralysis, none of that will work. Even Burns. I feel like it's a good trade-off. Preventing just 10 less damage, but being immune to status conditions. Okay, maybe I don't love Adamant after all. But I do feel like I mean, at the very least, we would need something like a Noricorio counter. Right? I don't feel like losing to Oricorio just straight up. But it's not like there's a lot of good options, and having an Onyx in here can kind of screw up our price point distribution a little bit. Oh, Genesect. Yeah, I'm kind of not even remembering the new... Yeah, but Genesect is actually really underwhelming. It does in theory fit with the metal ramp, but you don't really run a ramp too much into it and like neglect your Steelix. Like, I mean, Steelix does ramp with Brock. Yeah, but why just Steelix for colorless? That's true, but colorless can't use Steel Apron, so it could. And honestly, this deck building screen is kind of awful, or has become more and more awful as time has gone by. It's just kind of so much scrolling. I usually, when I'm looking for specific cards to build with specific attributes, I use like the website Pokemon Zone that has a really cool advanced filter or advanced search. And you can kind of search there, like I want a basic that attacks for 2 energies, that has a retreat cost of 1. Stuff like that, that deals at least 50 damage. And that's usually what I use for my decks. But I don't want to take too long to build. Like, let's just explore Genesect. I don't think at all that it's going to be the best card here. I feel like having another item just to play with Copycat a little bit better. Yeah, Koala could be good, or just what was it called? The one that deals more damage with against abilities. That was usually the Oricorio counter that people used. I think just red card can work. I was thinking whether to have a leaf, honestly. Communication, I don't think we need. Honestly, I wonder if we're gonna see more squirt bottles now with the... I was considering to build an energy discard deck with squirt bottle. and see how many Charizards we run into. So Repel could be an option. I'm just looking for an item to play with Copycat so that I can dump my hand more quickly. I feel like Red Card is just multi-purpose. I guess Potion could actually be nice too in some scenarios. Try to get out of range. Tech Speed could even be usable. So yeah, I don't think at all this is the best variant I could do of a Steelix deck. It's just gonna be to test the waters, to get a feel for the cards here. But yeah, I think it's just way too slow. It has a few too many supporters for my tastes, considering we're kind of trying to rely a bit on Copycat. So we cannot like dump our hand super quickly because we have a bunch of supporters in hand. And on the other hand, that also makes the opponent's Copycats better. I mean, at least we're going second with Dialga, because going first would be like generally too slow. But yeah, let's see how this does. Takes minus damage and has no weakness, so it's gonna be super bulky. In the best case scenario, I kind of lose the Dialga first for the 2 points, and then they have to deal with the Mega. At the same time, I would have to like dodge a Sabrina and a Cyrus or something. We start with Research, but I'm already scared of Red Card, to be honest. And the no more basics is really rough here. I think I'm gonna start with the Steel Apron since I have 2 more tools. And I would be tempted to just Red Card, but they only played the Pokeball. They are Lightning type, so they might have the Jolteon. I feel like Red Carding right now is not the best timing, because it gives them the potential of a better hand with Research or Copycats or something. Yeah, there's the Oricorio. I was looking forward to not running into Oricorio in my first match. Yeah, but not having another basic here? I mean, I have what, 5 basics, so that's not so little. Okay, so they absolutely drew way too much. Okay, thank God for a basic. Tried to see the best way to play Mega Steelix. Yeah, and this is likely not it. But actually, this is gonna get enabled. If they have Sires, I lose my Onyx straight away. Right? Actually, it's gonna take like 60 damage. Right? I guess so be it, maybe. I think an alternative is not using Brock just yet. In case they have Cyrus, they would finish it off and my Brock goes to waste. So I can use Brock next turn and then evolve it and then attack with it. Right? But it's only 120 with 30. It's actually not enough to take down to take out the Jolteon. I feel like this is already kind of awkward. I guess maybe I should have used Red Card last turn after all, but they only had 4 cards. They hadn't played Research, so I didn't want to give them the Research. And I thought they would have played Copycat the first turn if they had it. But yeah, Jolteon or Oricorio is definitely not the matchup I was looking forward to. Okay, so I feel like this is tricky to navigate, to be honest. Probably just sacrifice Dialga, deal 30, but then I have to stall with the Steelixes that take 30 damage from Horicorio while I find the Genesect to build it. Even Genesect is going to deal about 50, I think, for 3 energies, so that's way too slow. This is not looking good already. I'm just gonna try that, I suppose. I don't think I need to evolve necessarily these ones just yet. Because of Cyrus, I don't want to commit too hard. Like, if they want to use Cyrus now... Well, I guess they wouldn't use Cyrus now. I'd probably just evolve both. Yeah, I'm already pretty cornered. It's retreats for 4. They are both kind of gonna have 4 energy. Double Oricorio 2. Maybe I should have had the Rocky Helmet in here actually. I went with the defensive tools, but maybe 2 defensives and 1 Rocky would have been better. Yeah, steel types in general have had a bit of a hard time with I mean, especially these steel types that need a lot of energy. Maybe the better way instead of Dialga is just using a baby, to be honest. Yeah, because that might give you a little bit more flexibility on Oricorio counters as well. Okay, so... And this is honestly really rough. Just gonna have to evolve both because of Cyrus. They do have 4 cards, but still haven't played Research. 7 cards in the deck. That would be 11. 3 cards out of 11. I feel like I would honestly still be better off not using red card just yet. Maybe if they go up to 5 cards, just to try to avoid the Research. Yeah, I still have to deal with this somehow. I don't even get much benefit from attacking because of that Rocky Helmet. So ideally I would continue attacking. I guess I just go with the Steel Apron. And I guess let's try the red card now. I do take damage from Rocky Helmet if I attack, but I do prevent then 20 damage, so it's kind of... Attacking or not attacking is kind of the same. Okay. Just kind of need that Genesect and somehow need the... I need to be careful about the second Jolteon with the Cyrus. Maybe I should have put the Steel Apron in the back actually. This is rough. Maybe I should not have retreated because of the Cyrus still. Yeah. Because if I take another damage, then Jolteon comes in Cyrus and finishes the game. But if even as it stands, they can just Cyrus and trap my Steelix, and I lose the game anyway. Okay, so there it is. Yeah, actually I started putting the energy. I guess I should have ignored that one as completely. If he had gotten Cyrus, I would lose and that's it. I would move on. Because right now, if I had put the energy in the front, I would have been able to retreat to Dialga and start ramping Genesect. So that's pretty bad. I mean, I did not attack because of the Rocky Helmet. I do take minus 20, but then I take 20 from Rocky Helmet, so it's basically the same. Right? Safeguard is Oricoria's, prevent all damage from the EX, which is like Oricoria does not take damage from Steelix. I can attack for it to show. Why doesn't Oricoria safeguards activate? I'm not understanding. I'll attack, but Steelix is an EX. Oh, I see. No. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Yeah, I guess you're right. Because it's not damaged by an attack, so it does not trigger the Rocky Helmet. Oh, you're right. You're right. So I've been misplaying for like the past 3 or 4 turns. You're right, but now I need the Dialga anyway. Which is what I should have used last turn. Guess I'll just throw away the... Yeah, you're right. I totally misplayed that. This Steelix should have been out of range of Jolteon, but to be honest, Cyrus still wins them the game because I get trapped. I actually considered Lyra, just because of these high retreat costs. Is rough to deal with. And Lyra could really save me here to prevent exactly this situation. And this is kind of what I mean with the 2 Brocks might be too much sometimes. I mean, I'm just getting lucky that they're Cyrus, and usually Jolteon runs 2 Cyrus, so... Huh. Okay, I need to go with the Genesect here, which is pretty bad. More damage. Yeah, so it's actually not 50, it's 70, right? It's gonna deal 70. But the Oricorio in the back still survives. But I'm ready to attack. Can I survive 2 hits from Oricorio? They can still win with a Cyrus. But this is kind of amazing that I'm 1 turn away from winning. Yeah, I missed that situation. So they top deck the Nivea and not a Cyrus, so I should win. No, they can still evolve. Okay, so that's Huh? Okay. That was anticlimactic. But I got what I deserved. Yeah, I could have definitely played that better. But I don't know if it would have changed enough. Because I think this would have still happened. No, wait. If I had put the energy instead of the Steelix in the back, if I had put it on the Steelix in the front, I would have been 1 turn ahead in terms of ramping the Genesect. And I think that would have worked well enough. I mean, I think this deck can definitely be improved, and I think a baby approach might be better than a Dialga, and I only got away with it almost because of going second. I'm just gonna go like one more match with the deck like this. Like it's one single match is too. Yeah, especially not going against Lightning anymore. But a single match is too early to judge a deck. So I never like to start immediately jumping onto tweaks after the first match unless there was something seriously wrong. And this is exactly why I wanted so many tools, because it is really beautiful. Celebi could be annoying, but oh, actually there's nothing to use Heavy Helmet on, so I could still use it just to dump my hand, but I guess I'm actually tempted. I don't really need this. No, wait, I only have one Heavy Helmet. That should go to Steelix. For a moment I thought it was 2 Heavy Helmets and one Apron. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna red card. Pretty good idea for a deck. Rainucleus with the new Misdreavus and Mismagius and a Ditto for consistency. Why the Ditto though? What is the Ditto copying? Yeah, but it does seem like the new Mismagius is meant to pair with Rainucleus. Okay, not going to evolve yet because of Brock. I want to draw the Brocks first, which should happen sooner or later. Okay, I'm going to take 30. Yeah, actually, I'm really curious about the Dustox deck. Steel Apron also prevents the conditions from Dustox. So I should be golden. If I put Steel Apron on Steelix, unless they have Guzma, Steelix just swipes easily. Right? I could put energy on something else. Actually, yeah, never mind. Need to put it here. So I'm already ready to attack with Steelix. The Ditto copies your own bench. It's like having 3 Misdreavus. Because it makes your draw supporters, and after that you can use Mismagi's attack. I'm not sure if the draw supporter attack is that meaningful enough to have a Ditto in your deck, especially because like those types of attacks, if you have if you're going first, it's just like too slow. You're probably getting your Ditto knocked out after it uses the attack. Okay, so they can use Cyrus and get 2 points, but that's fine. I'm just gonna pressure them here. Taking minus 30 damage, and I don't get status conditions. So this Dustox is dealing 30. That's really sad. Welcome back, RPG Queen. What did you mean? What do you mean? What did you mean? That was so sad. 30 damage. I mean, they do have Celebi, but to be honest, I mean, I could just Cyrus, but to be honest, like Wait. Onyx does not take the damage, right? Steelix takes... I was thinking of the grass weakness, but Onyx survives even with a 30 minus... Yeah. I don't need to use Cyrus, but I'll just use Cyrus because I can't bother dealing with that. Don't want to bother dealing with the Celebi and the displays around Copycat a tiny bit. And I still only take 30 from Dustox, so this is not a threat. Oh, what did you miss? You missed us getting kind of screwed up by an Oricorio. And me misplaying, not remembering that Steelix does not trigger the Rocky Helmets because it does not deal damage to the Oricorio. We still almost won that. I should have probably won that if I had played a little bit better. But yeah, Jolteon and Oricorio is a rough matchup against this. So, you know, this match went a lot better. Although their deck was kind of whack, to be honest, and they didn't seem to have drawn well enough. I still think the deck is too slow going first, to be honest. We had a little bit of luck here because they went second with a Celebi, so that's way too slow as well. The new Furfuro hits for 30 for 1 energy? Really? Wait. No, never mind. Is this I forgot the packs, the hourglasses. Should have probably used those two for the pack pulls. Pack rewards from yeah, I was thinking of Magearna, but I ended up with Genesect just to try it out, honestly, just to have a taste of the new card. With 3 energy, it does deal 70 damage without the condition of needing the abilities on the opponent's Pokemon. But it's I don't know, not too impressed. I think Magearna also has retreat cost of 2 though, right? No, actually, it only has a retreat cost of 1, so I think it's a better Oricorio counter, even though it does have 20 less HP, less damage potential over time. But yeah, Magearna is probably better. But what I wanted here, so don't mind the Nidoqueen deck. So I guess with the release of Copycat, I was morbidly curious to see, can we make Nidoking and Nidoqueen work? So I went ahead with something like this, with 2 Pichus to help ramp them, and slot in an Oricorio, why not, to stall. It's just, as you would expect, Nidoking, Nidoqueen is still not great, but it can sometimes actually kind of win. But not really. It's very reliant on luck, drawing the right evolutions at the right time. But yeah, there's no Dark Ramp, but all of them kind of, both Nidoking and Nidoqueen, use 1 colorless energy. So they can all use 1 energy from Pichu, but yeah, it's definitely slow. What was happening was I get lucky with a Pichu Oricorio start, I can start chipping away and stalling against the X's, and then Nidoking can come in, take out something. And if I'm lucky, that is happening for enough turns for me to ramp a second Nidoking, or maybe a Nidoqueen. But yeah, second Steelix deck. Let us try the baby approach. I feel like this is going to be much faster, and I don't really need Genesect this way. Actually, there's not much deck slot at all, right? And I guess there's an argument for which baby exactly would I be running. And actually, if I start a match with anything but Pichu, this is still too bad, I feel. I was thinking of an Oricorio as my Oricorio counter, which is not ideal probably would replace a tool with Rocky Helmet. So I can give you, like, I can show you real quick what I would typically mean with using Pokemon Zone for cooking decks. In this case, I would need something like this: colorless, lightning, or metal. I want it to attack for at most 2 energy and deal maybe like 50 damage-ish at the very least, and only basics. Honestly, potentially stage 1, but I think only basics. I want to filter out the full arts and the foils. And just hit filter. Actually, like, this search is still not perfect, because I could also count with the Pokemon from other types that have colorless attacks. Actually, because I'm looking for Oricorio counter specifically, I can filter out the EXs as well. So Komala, Smeargle. Yeah, you guys talked about the new Furfrou actually. Let me just check real quick. You're right, it's different. 30 damage. This is much, much better than the other ones. It's not an Oricorio counter, but it's borderline usable in other decks. But okay, I could almost have a Raikou as the Oricorio counter, but it's too reliant on Pichu. I feel like Magearna is probably still the best bet, but I think Magearna only uses 2 metal energy, so can never be ramped by Pichu. Whereas the Genesect can use colorless, but it only deals extra damage for the metal energy, so it doesn't really want to be ramped by Pichu either. I could almost run a Zangoose as the Oricorio counter. Right, Zangoose or my own Oricorio. So yeah, back to the game. Can see Mega Hellhound coming. Oh, you mean the Houndoom? Yeah, Mega Charizard X Yveltal. Yeah, I agree. To be honest, I'm more excited about potential Mega Mawile, or what other Megas I really like. I think Mawile is probably my favorite one. Maybe even Mega Starmie, to be honest. Marshadow, but colorless. Yeah, we did see one of those. Yeah, what was it again? Before the promos. Oh, this one. Too soon for Mega Starmie, probably. I just really love Starmie. Especially Starmie EX, like when the game first released, Starmie EX was probably my favorite EX. And I didn't get the Starmie EX until like 2 sets later, because I was free to play back then. Yeah, like both Starmie EX and Executor EX. I was like, my, very logical, analytical mind was like, what are the best EXs, best value for energy EXs out there? And to me, I was convinced it was Starmie and Executor. But I'm not saying I was right at all. Like, ended up being Pikachu, and Mewtwo with Gardevoir was everywhere back then. And the Charizard with Moltres was also everywhere. So those 3 were like the top 3 meta decks back then. But I still loved Executor and Starmie, and I didn't get either of those for a long time. I was stuck playing Marowak EX. because that was kind of the only EX I had back then. Moby Huge, thank you so much, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so back to the deck. I'm sorry for straying a little bit away. Either Oricorio, I feel like Oricorio is just multi-purpose, but I will I'll put a Rocky Helmet in here. Right, I could consider one less Brock, to be honest. Aegislash and Probopass. What are you ramping with Probopass though? Just the Aegislash? I feel like you probably want the last basic EX or something in there as well. Kind of finish the game or something. But yeah, just those alone should be interesting. Brock for Lyra. Lyra is good. I mean, I feel like it's better with the other deck that has Dialga. In this deck, Lyra is especially good either to retreat my bad start with Onyx or to retreat a Steelix that has taken damage and then targeted by Cyrus when I'm already building the second Steelix. And I mean targeted by Cyrus when it can still survive an attack or something like that. Two Aegislash hit for 130. Yeah, that can be enough. Essentially. We've also seen quite a bit of like Aegislash with Memory Light, so that you can use the pre-evolution attacks while still boosted by the metal damage increase. Okay, but let's try the Lyra, as you guys were saying. I do like on one hand the consistency of Brock. Like it's not too bad to have Dialga Steelix. I can see situations where it would work better than this deck. But let's just give it a run of this deck like this. Just to get a taste. And if there's any ideas for like a next deck to try out, feel free to ask for them. I'm running 2 Aprons though. I took out the heavy helmet. Double Onyx start though. Lilligant in DD. Kind of scared of what's coming. Maybe a Mega Pinsir? Or if they're feeling bold, a Venusaur. So I feel like I would probably just put Apron in the back, because the Onyx in the front is either getting knocked out or it's getting retreated with Lyra. Two-star Venusaur. That should be doable. I mean, yeah, I think I'm just ignoring the Onyx, to be honest. So I'd say Rocky Helmet is mostly as a way to deal with Oricorios, so I could play it already. On the other hand, I'm expecting still to see what else they have to boost with Lilligant and to heal with Indeedee, and Rocky Helmet could be good against whatever their attacker will be. I guess I'll just not play it. If they had fewer cards out. Yeah, so Lilligant deals 70 damage here. Yeah, no babies this set. I would still love to see a Brock. Yeah, that's one of the things. Just in case of a Brock top deck, I'm gonna pass the turn. Mythical Island of Megas. Yeah, I think we got like 5 Megas, which was way more than I was expecting. Like considering we got 6 Megas out of 3 packs in Mega Rising, now we got 5 out of 1 pack. Okay, just gonna go with Onyx. And yeah, just gonna evolve, dump the Rocky Helmet and Copycat. Yeah, I haven't run against the Charizard yet, but I feel like we would just get obliterated against it. So I only have 2 Onyxes, 2 Pichus, and 1 Oricorio, so I can dump all of this. They're on Mars and such. That's fine. And if they have Sabrina here, I can use Lyra. They still copycats and lose 2 cards in the process. Oh, okay. That was very anticlimactic. We never got to see what they were actually running. But yeah, I guess one more match with this deck, and then I'm switching decks to something completely different that I still don't quite know what exactly. I haven't seen what the other streamers are playing either yet. Porygon, the new Porygon? The 20 more damage for each trainer. That should be fun. Should be fun. Zero Water Elemental Switch to ramp it quickly, maybe? Okay, Steel Apron, Copycat. I'm gonna go research first, try to get more basics, and then Pokeball. Yeah, Porygon, I was gonna suggest the Pichu Zero Water approach as a baseline. It's just a reliable way to kind of ramp whatever you have. Oh no, I feel like we're running against Charizard now. This deck does not stand a chance against Charizard, right? Maybe with Oricorio. Steel Apron. I'm gonna dump my cards to play around their own Copycat and to make my Copycat next turn better. So what I am excited to create. Let's see, like speed grow decks. More than one probably, because I feel like it's just such a busted card. But the problem is, I looked at all the stage 1s and stage 2s for grass, and I guess outside of a couple of the new ones like Ariados and Flora, maybe Lilligant, I feel like there's not that many busted grass evolutions that really benefit tremendously from speed grow. It's still a really good card. Yeah, Whimsicott actually is really good. Whimsicott's Ariados with speed grow should be amazing. We can try that if you guys want. I'm curious about Heliolisk as well. So it is a Charizard deck. If I copycat, I only draw one and I lose my Brock, so I feel like I'm better off just using Brock first. But ideally, I would still get the Pichu. Right after this Onyx goes down, I would ideally use Pichu, ramp or Ikorio, and just block the Charizard, unless they have Sabrina, and then in which case they just win. So Whimsicott Ariados is obviously good. I was thinking Lilligant, like with Speed Grow. I was thinking, how good is Lilligant with Speed Grow, and what else you would be running it with? That kind of remains to be seen. Maybe Venusaur can be fine. Although I don't think Venusaur really needs Lilligant. But yeah, that's something I will need to do some testing on. What else? Dustox, I feel like it's a card that can really benefit from Speed Grow. Okay, this is also very underwhelming. Like, I think they could have probably still won that match. But okay. New Charmeleon probably will make people run less Rare Candy because you don't really want to run 4 cards that do the same. Yeah. Yeah, I can agree. Or maybe 1 Charmeleon, 1 Rare Candy. But okay, I'll have to refine a Steel Exact much more later. But yeah, I wonder how much better it can get in terms of Steel Exacts. So what else can benefit a lot from Speed Grow? Like, I was thinking Beedrill EX, Miascarada, the Sigewai definitely. Serena, of course, yes, of course yeah, that's actually Lilligant Serena with Mallow can actually be good. 3-1. I mean, it's not super fair to count the turn 3 concedes, but yeah, I tried. It's still it's a good card, and I definitely misplayed against those Oricorios, so I'm taking that to the grave with me. So, okay, let me check real quick against all of the cards from the new set. Like, Ariados is just so busted. Not even just with Whimsicott, but in general. I feel like this can be really good. Whimsicott Ariados, definitely not bad, not a bad choice. But I'm curious about what else we could make work with the Ariados. Let me check the HP again. With Lilligant, it's 110. With Leaf Cape, then it's 140. 30-for-1 is not particularly good unless you're going first against the baby. Yeah, going first against the baby is actually really good. It's Speed Grow, or Speed Grow. You can evolve it on turn 3 to knock it out instantly. I like it. So there's a Magnezone. Not bad, but I wonder if it's going to be used over the other Magnezone. Magneton. So Heliolisk I was very curious about. Just because it's so fast, you can probably run it with other lightning aggro options. Maybe even Zeraora. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're not only increasing your HP, but you can then just add a Lily on top and it's suddenly like 90 HP in a turn or 120. 120 with Gardevoir and the Lily. That's pretty respectable. Okay, Lopunny should actually be pretty darn good. Maybe super aggro fighting deck with Lopunny. Yeah, the max 2 copies, but I could see a deck running one of each potentially. One of each Magnezone. Because the other one discards lightning energy, so it prevents you from ramping anything else. Kinda. So, you know, sometimes it's good to just start attacking with these and have a buffer to ramp whatever else you have. Bunny and Lucario. Not sure it needs Lucario, to be honest. You're increasing from like 90 to 110 or 180 to 200. 2 Magnezones. Okay, I guess let's try the Ariados deck. I'm really curious about that. Wait, Whimsy. Is that not how you type it? Oh, never mind. I have the filter for the pack. Okay. And I don't want the pre-evolution Cottony. Is this the best Cottony we have? I think we have more. And also, Inorak is 50 HP, Cottony is 50 HP. So this is asking for Elysia. Right? I guess one of the issues that this doesn't have a great Oricorio counter. I could this Whimsicott is not really it. Yeah, what I was thinking is like you know, just not sure if 2 Pheromosas, but at least just 1. Research. Maybe this could even be kind of Altaria situation where you run 2 Lysias and 1 Pokeball. That's kind of how the Altaria deck is built. Let's see, the Altaria deck has like 2 Chinglings, 2 Swablues, 1 Jirachi, and then 1 Indeedee. So it's 6 basics. This is technically 4 50 HP basics. Maybe 2 Lysias doesn't work as well. But yeah, with the 2 speed grows here, definitely want a Cyrus, maybe even 2 Cyrus if I'm running Pheromosa. Yeah, let's try this after all. So only 1 Lysia but 2 Pokeballs. One shot Oricorio, but it feels 30. Or you mean like 2 shots Oricorio? Yeah, Copycat is definitely better. I should definitely have a Copycat in here. I could potentially replace like 1 Pheromosa with a Mars or something. I feel like having hand manipulation here. I feel like also having Leaf Cape. I should definitely have Leaf Cape. No, I'll replace that. Not like Leaf Cape really makes a huge difference, I think. Does bring this up to 170, so that's pretty good. This should kind of be good. Now, with the only one Pheromosa, I'm doubting the double Cyrus. Especially if I'm going with Copycat. But I think this is a fine baseline. This should be kind of should work well enough as a baseline. Let's just put some display cards there and give it a whirl. But yeah, Heracross could work like 80 damage, but I think it has a retreat cost of 2, not sure. So it's awkward if you start a match with it. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping between the Pheromosa, the Ariados, and the Cyrus, I can kind of work around Oricorio well enough. Probably not, but still. Against fire. Interesting. So I could dump my hand, but then I get one Pokemon knocked out over the next couple of turns. Not looking forward to that, but otherwise might be a fair trade-off. Problem is Ariados only deals 30 next turn, putting it at 50. So I'd still not have a great way. Maybe this deck even wants kind of something like a Kartana or something. If I choose not to play anything, I'm quite vulnerable. I'm too afraid of Copycat, to be honest. Not even so much the red card, but the Copycat. I'll play at least these ones. I'll see what they snipe, and I might consider a Leaf Cape on that, just to delay their point. So, Charizard deck. I think we're actually too weak against Charizard. Unless we get the really nice Pheromosa snipe. Right, we could potentially knock out the Hitmore and then the Entei. Yeah. Yeah, did I put 2 Copycats? Probably too much. It's gonna start attacking with this. And even Lysia already does nothing. I'm just gonna delay them here because I don't think Leaf Cape is gonna be really impactful. And just do this, not commit to the Whimsicott just yet. But yeah, probably too much draw. I guess actually May is perfect for quick grow. Yeah. Because you can put your evolutions back onto the deck or something to draw them quickly. Okay, so there's a scenario where I just use both Whimsicots this match. And I think that can be good. I was thinking in terms of price point distribution. I don't want to lose an Ariados and then lose a Whimsicott and lose the match. But I could lose 2 Whimsicots potentially. Or I could lose the Cottony, a Pheromosa, and then come in with the Whimsicott at the end. Whimsicott will deal how much to the Entei? Like 90 with plus 40. So 130 to the Entei with a Pheromosa hit. That's actually enough. But that would imply not evolving this one if they have Cyrus. Does Charizard run Cyrus though? Because they already one-shot everything, kinda. I mean, with Hitmore, you probably would want to run Cyrus to one-shot specific targets. The play here is putting energy on the non-damaged Cottony. Yeah, thinking... Oh. Sorry, I guess I was rambling for too long and just didn't even notice the timer. So just completely dropped the ball on that. Yeah, that was really bad. Their copycat even loses cards, and if I had used the Lysia, it would make it even worse. But yeah, lost the energy, lost the damage. I guess I have to go with the Pheromosa approach that I was talking about. Yeah. As too distracted, it's hard to pay attention to the game in the stream and thinking out loud. Kind of me. Yeah. I mean, I have to attack again. The timer decreased because I missed my turn. Oh, this was awful. Maybe I should not even have evolved right now. Should have evolved the Spinarak. This was awful. I think I'm only running on Cyrus now. Yeah, so now I'm already losing to Cyrus. This is awful. This Hitmore should have been knocked out last turn. Yeah. Not great. They did get a bad copycat that removed cards from them, so maybe they don't have a Cyrus. Even still, I would need to deal... No, wait. I'm dealing 130 to this Charizard, even without the Ariados. Oh, okay, never mind. They do have the Cyrus. So yeah, completely dropped the ball on that turn. No energy, no attack. So I think we could have won that, given they didn't have the Charizard EX. But yeah, let's tweak the deck a little bit. I did overcommit into card draw. And I don't need this much card draw. What would be the ideal spread? So one copycat, one Lysia, two researches, two quick draws. So I definitely want a May. I mean, I think just May instead of Lysia potentially, although Lysia is pretty darn good. I could consider just one Pokeball. But yeah, I do have the two Cyrus. Yeah, I guess it's too much. So I guess we could start with that. I definitely want a May for the quick throws. I think maybe Erika could be good too. One Sabrina and one Cyrus. Yeah, that... I like that actually. Sabrina to kind of trap people with Ariados. I guess they're not people. What would you remove for Sabrina? Like there are situations where you don't really need the Leaf Cape, but Leaf Cape can still play well with the copycats. May plays well with the Speed Grows. I generally want card draw to draw my whole deck quickly. Dropping Pokeball makes sense if I draw the Lysia, but if I don't draw the Lysia, I'm kind of tricky. Victory Bell with Ariadas. That's actually pretty interesting. But most basics will have like 60 HP for Victory Bell, but I guess you can consider trapping bigger basics. Like trapping a Darkrai or a Ninte or something. Because then it's not only 2 points, but also have a retreat cost of 3. That's really rough for them to take out of that, of there. Yeah, honestly, I feel like this is kind of fine. There are situations where I could consider not running a Pokeball, and that feels kind of bad, but it's not terrible. Let's go with the Sabrina. Just for science, at the very least. Yeah, Victor Bell Ariados should be pretty fun, and it will take a lot of deck space, but I think that's fine. And with Pokeflutes, yeah, nothing like trying out stuff. Exactly. Okay, starting with Lysia. Going ahead against Oricorio. If I am to play a Leaf Cape, I want to play Leaf Cape, just play around Copycat, but I'm not sure which is the best target right now. Because I will evolve the Spinnerack before they can attack. Actually, this is looking to be a good Copycat, although 2 of these are basics. Okay, I'm expecting this is Magnezone, maybe Heliolisk. So there it is. This is kind of funny because... oh, that's pretty good Copycat. Kind of funny because now they can't easily retreat these Oricorio. But I will be taking Cheep from the Rocky Helmet, so that's not good. And I can't knock it out with 2 attacks. So I'm tempted to use a Spinnerack, even though Pheromosa could potentially be better. But yeah, this is pretty kind of awkward curve. Hello, welcome to the stream. Is that a Korean name? Seems like Korean characters. Regardless, welcome to the stream. Okay, if I attack again, I do knock myself out. There's a Pheromosa. I guess the good thing is, if I attack and knock myself out, I can switch to the secondary Ariados, and then they cannot retreat. No, wait, they can retreat your Oricorio, never mind. They will need to spend 2 energies retreating. So if they have Magnezone, I kinda lose. Right, so should I switch to the second? I feel like I should switch. Which is still a little bit awkward. But yeah, this is where Pheromosa would have been better, potentially instead of a second Whimsicott. Maybe I jumped the gun on playing everything, but because I had a copycat, I did want to play everything. Hey friends, welcome to the stream, and thank you. I'm excited about the potential cooks this set. I'm assuming it stacks. Yeah. So you can tap the effects list that is affecting all of the opponent's Pokemon here. And wait, what? What just happened? I was looking forward to seeing. It should stack. Yeah, there's nothing saying it wouldn't stack. But it's, you know, it's taking up bench space. It's taking up, you know, an underwhelming attack. 30 damage for one. This is all right in the early game, but as you saw, it's really awkward against Oricorio, which made me almost want to have like the Giovanni or the Cape or the Rocky Helmet, sorry, that some of you are proposing. Or maybe just one non-EX Whimsicott. But then it would make the quick grow less reliable on the Cottony. So Lizio was quite good in the early game. It wasn't... Maybe I don't need the May, even though in theory May would be really good with a quick grow. Hey Cheep, very excited to try this Whimsicott deck. How has it held up so far? I've only really played a couple of matches, and I mean, it's alright so far, but I think I need to refine it more. Yeah, it's probably not worth it. I was thinking with Ariados I can do 30 and then 40, and it's in terms of price point distribution, it's only like a couple of points each. So it might curve out nicely before you bring out your Whimsicott EX, or maybe even a Pheromosa and a non-EX Whimsicott. You're right that only 10 more damage than Ariados. I guess maybe Oricorio is a little bit too specific to play that much around it. And I did not draw the Pheromosa. Let's try again. If Quick Grow Extract is a good design, and in what sense do you mean that? Are you concerned it's too strong? Or not interesting enough? I mean, it is a little bit one-sided that only grass gets that kind of card draw potential or deck thinning potential. Mantike. So this could have been also a good case for like a Whimsicott non-EX. One shot a Mantike, I guess not in this very specific case. Too limited perhaps. I mean right now, like yes, only limited to grass. But I think it's only getting better and better over time as we get more and more grass Pokemon. Yeah, Kartana could be a good compromise, but I feel like it's also really good just to like chip away at targets to be one-shotted by a Whimsicott. Like Kartana would have been amazing here to start dealing with the Magikarp. Sorry, I said Kartana. I think I meant Pheromosa. I'm putting the Leaf Cape in the back so that I can potentially sacrifice this Cottony. And I'm not too eager to play this second Spinarak just yet, at least. Less utility and 10 less HP. Yeah, I mean, with the Leaf Cape, I feel like the HP isn't that much of the issue. But yeah, I guess really more of a perfect fit for other decks. Okay, since I got the copycat, I'm gonna go ahead with this. I'm evolving the one in the back still. In case they have Gyarados already, I have to be careful. And I wanted to speed grow before the copycat so that I could dump my hand a bit more reliably. I can just kind of do this. So Gyarados, Mega Gyarados, I don't remember if it retreats for 3 energy or 4 energy. So with 3 energy, I deal 130. With 4, I deal 160. Because of the Leaf Cape, I do survive an attack. I also have to be careful, like if I don't quick grow and Gyarados comes, they start discarding my evolutions. They could still one-shot me with Guzma, I suppose. Okay, so this is the Pheromosa that I wish I had earlier. Now this should... So one-shotting these Ariados. Then I have Sabrina. So if they had Gyarados, they would have evolved it there. I guess they will just use the attack, but then I still have the Sabrina. So unless they have both Gyarados here, but yeah, one of the unfortunate things here is that I guess on one hand, Lizzie is really good to thin out the deck. On the other hand, oh, how much damage am I dealing? That's enough, right? I don't even need the... I don't even need the Sabrina. I need to see how much damage this is. There you go. Wait, but wasn't that supposed to be a retreat cost of 5 because of both Ariados? With 5, it should have been more damage, right? 150 plus 40? Wasn't it supposed to be 190 instead of 160? So does Ariados not stack after all? I guess not. Oh, he had the boat. That's right. He had the boat. I didn't even think about the interaction of boat with Whimsicott. That's kind of hilarious. Okay, let's try another deck maybe. Just curious about the possibilities. So again, I'll filter out by the latest set. I am curious about Sunflora. I think it could... Actually, maybe Sunflora is actually what we were talking about of like a nice Oricorio aggro-ish counter. But it is like 4 deck slots potentially. Maybe you could splash it only a single Sunflora. Yeah, I think maybe because of quick grow. I don't need to go with a double evolution every time, or you know, the 4 deck slots for each evolution. It should, like the quick grow is essentially, it's like you're running, you could run 1 basic and then 1 stage 1. And with the quick grows, it's like you're running 3 stage 1s for each of your basics, almost kinda. Like the same way you double dip on decks with 2 stage 2s with the rare candy that can be used on both. Quick grow you can kind of use on both as well, to the point where you might get away with only 1 basic. So maybe like I only need 1 Cottony instead of double Cottony, double Whimsicott, because you were seeing like I was not using Pheromosa because of the bench space after Lysia and Pokeball. Hi Lolik, welcome to the stream. Noniax Jump Love makes the damage of an opposite Whimsicott stay at 40 forever. Yeah, I think so. I think I've actually seen that happen once or something. It's pretty niche, and I guess, if you have Jump Left and your opponent has Ariados, which ability takes priority? Right? That's an interesting question. The retreat cost like is lowered to 0 and then increased to 1, or is increased by 1 and then lowered to 0? I would guess it stays at 1 because of Ariados, but that kind of contradicts Jump Left's ability. Right? That's kind of making my head hurt. How do you decide which ability takes priority? So Heliolisk. But this is more of a finisher, not necessarily your main attacker. Right? And as a stage 2, you've got stuff like the Noniax Ampharos, or the latest Luxray that deals similar damage without discarding all of the energy. Even though they are stage 2s, they can be main attackers, but this one has a hard time being a main attacker. I'd guess Jump Left says it has no retreat cost. Yeah. That'll be kind of an interesting thing to test. Guess, shall we try Lopunny? Evolves from Baniri, right? Oh, let me just check what other Baniris we had. I mean, I typically prefer reliable damage, but we gotta go with the full art one, right? This has Flare. So, okay. Lopunny. Flip 2 coins. I want to do a aggro-ish deck here. Hey, Rattle the Cages. Welcome to the stream. Okay. I'm gonna try to go with the aggro-ish list. I kind of want Hitmontop as well, but I don't feel comfortable. Hitmonchan is 2 points. Hitmontop is 1. So they could win before I even use Lopunny. None of the new cards looks meta defining. I would say with Rillaboom, that's wild. I'd say Mega Charizard is meta defining in the sense that it's gonna force decks to adapt to it. But I don't think Charizard will be a top meta deck, but it's gonna be like defining the meta in a way. But I might be wrong. Like, I've been wrong about cards in the past. Hi, Redeem Steves. Welcome to the stream, and thank you for the kind words. Yeah, looking forward to what we can build this set. So I feel like if I want to really try hard, I could put Rampardos in here. But I don't want to necessarily go that route either. I guess somebody suggested the Lucario, which could be a good fit in here. Maybe even too much. I'm not sure. The one I want the most, I feel like maybe Hitmonlee is actually instead of Hitmontop. But I would ideally need or use a Norikoryu counter. And with fighting types, let's just check real quick. Actually, not sure if I... Yes, sorry about that. Let me define which... Yeah, so I want to look at this window. Just go all cards, advanced search. Want to specifically look for fighting types that are not EXs that attack for like 2 and deal, because they're fighting types, they only need 50 damage as a basic. So there's quite a few Warrior counters as basics. Probably not the Mankey. Flamigo could be interesting. Relicanth, I guess Hitmontop is just the most reliable one. No, wait, yeah, because the others retreat for 2 and I don't like that. Okay, so back to the game. Elakid, I would consider Elakid, but it's not really an Oricorial counter. It can be good to set up. Let's try one of these, although I don't necessarily love it. Now let's just go hit a lot of damage. Maybe I can even go with double Giovanni for Hitmonchan. With a repel for good measure. Not sure why I'm starting with the repel already. Pokeball. Let's just go super aggro here. Copycat, at least one copycat. I'm tempted to go with the double Rocky Helmet. Maybe just one X speed, even though it's a little... I mean, I do need very little energy requirements here. But I'm just afraid of starting with a Hitmontop and not being able to attack with Hitmonchan because of it. That's the worst case scenario. Mankey, if you're playing double, you could actually play a Primate Lopunny EX deck. You could, but I'm not sure if that is the best. I mean, let's just check something. So let's say instead of basics, I'm looking only at stage 1s. And we just saw like the new Mienshao is actually just a better Primate, first of all. Just 10 more HP for pretty much the same stats. And you've got a few other similar ones like Scent Slash, which is just exactly like Mienshao. And yeah, I guess in this case I would have wanted just one energy. Sorry, max 1. So you could also use like the Medicham, but that has a retreat cost of 2. This one is on a coin flip. So basically, yeah, between Scent Slash and or Mienshao, or maybe even just Rampardos, like I was saying. Like, yeah, I think probably, again, sadly, Rampardos would be one of the better fits for this deck. But let's try without Rampardos. Beedrill EX and Ariados could be a good pair. Yeah, I think Beedrill EX will be, better with quick grow for sure. Not sure if Ariados is what you really want there, because it's a lot of deck space after a stage 2. But okay, what else? I could consider a May to guarantee my Lopunny more easily. I definitely want a Cyrus, almost even 2 Cyrus, but one will have to do. Yeah, I could try a Rainiclus deck too. I could potentially have more non-EX here, like Marshadow, maybe even the it's called Voodoo something. Or the other Hitmontop. maybe I just want a regular Sabrina, either instead of Repel or on top of Repel, or just a May. Well, I'll try like this. You know, it's not for a 1 card difference that it's gonna make that much of an impact. Let's just see how this fares. Maybe 2 copycats could have been good here as well, to try to get the perfect hand as consistently as possible. And even try to fish out that X speed when I really need it. But okay, this sounds pretty devastating already. Against water? One-shotting mana feed, that's not looking good for them already. This Giovanni is pretty situational. It's either they have a 60 HP basic or they don't, really. But yeah, I guess Will is what I wanted. Yeah, maybe I could have considered. Maybe I could have considered not starting with the Boniri in the back. Because yeah, I didn't know they had Manaphy. If so, I could have definitely only kept Hitmonchan in the lead, not played any bench. But yeah, they're evolving before I even get something like Hitmonlee or something. I mean, in a good case scenario, I might even just go with... Oh no, yeah, never mind. Boniris are... I could go with Repel here. Definitely Repel. And then Research. So I'll just play Research first. Hi, Swoo Cube. Welcome to the stream. Lopani, yeah. I kind of love aggro decks, even though they kind of become meta, or you know, metas always tend to trend towards aggro a little bit more often than not. I'm just gonna go straight for the Mega Gyarados. There's no point in getting 1 point if I'm then gonna face off against 3 points. Unless they have Lyra or something here, I should be fine. Tough when going second because holding basics and getting red carded. Yeah, that's true. More than red carded nowadays, it's just copycat. Because the turn 1 copycat is so annoying when they actually get away with the drawing extremely well. Just gonna re-roll this. I don't want a Hitmontop. The Hitmonchan doesn't, the Giovanni doesn't look that great either. And I kind of drew exactly the same cards. That's kind of amazing. At this point though, I don't really need the X speed anymore. I could throw it away, I think. Even if they have a second Sabrina, I could just retreat normally with whatever. So I'm just gonna throw it away now. It would have been good at the start of the game to one-shot the Manaphy, and then these Gyarados would be in an even worse spot. Full deck? Yeah, I'll show it after this. And welcome to the stream, Shazam. Okay. I guess, oh no. What the hell? Discarded both low bunnies. Oh, that is brutal. Yeah, with a giant cape, we could actually win this. That's sometimes the compromise of going full aggro. But that's why I was considering May, because with stage 1 decks, especially stage 1s that attack quickly enough, you kind of need May. But at the same time, so here's the full deck. Yeah, maybe I could take out the Sabrina for the May, or the Repel for the May. But it's not like, even though you want May with stage 1s that attack for little energy, you don't necessarily want to attack with Lopunny that early. You want to kind of pressure them with Hitmonchan EX. Maybe even you're fine with sacrificing Hitmonchan EX. And you only bring out Lopunny like towards mid game. 2 Rocky Helmets necessary, not strictly. I just really like Rocky Helmet with Copycat. But I guess that's true. If I do have the Giovannis, I don't necessarily need Rocky Helmets as well. I would actually be more tempted to take out a Giovanni, even though I can make those situations of maybe even a second Copycat is actually better than the May. And whatever, let's try it like this, or maybe just take out the Repel for a second Copycat. Yeah, this should be fine, because now that I have the May, I feel like this is kind of maximum consistency, even though maybe I don't need that much consistency a lot of the time. Yeah, maybe Will was still better for the Lopunny. Okay, so I'm going first against Moltres. Yeah, like this is already a situation where I already don't need the May, because I happen to draw my Lopunnies and my Baniris. It's kind of love-hate relationship when this happens with these kinds of supporters. That sometimes can win you the game, but other times just they're out of luck though. With no supporter there. Just gonna go with this too, right? I don't need the Hitmontop, which is the Oricorio counter. And just start evolving, start pressuring. But yeah, this is where Repel and Giovanni could be really good. But I only have one of each now. Okay. But they probably did not have the May last turn. Either drew it with research or top decked it now. I've probably got a basic. They got a basic alright. I don't understand putting the energy on Moltres though. Ooh, that's rough. They had put the energy on the Moltres in the pack, they could have attacked with it next turn. Does the Rocky helmet matter that much here? Not really. If I'm getting attacked for 70, but it doesn't. They attack for 70. They can't attack with the other one next turn. Well, actually, they could with Flame Patch. Yeah, I would have thought that through a little bit more. But it's fine with the Lopunny. That's a desperate copycat. But yeah, I'm sure Rampardos could still be a good fit here. Even though it's a lot of cards. Could take out the Hitmontop. So I could consider Sabrina here. Because this Moltres is ready for the Cyrus. Like if they have the Charizard with a Flame Patch, I guess that's 3 cards, right? And they only have 2 in hand, so it's extremely unlikely. So in this case, I'm okay with attacking. But if they had more cards in hand, I would have to consider Sabrina more seriously. Because they would choose the second Moltres, which then would need 1 more energy to retreat. So yeah, I do have to be careful here though. I can attack for 50 and then a single heads wins against the Moltres. Or I could just high roll right now. 75% chance of winning the game with Sabrina. Do I take the risk? 25% chance of losing outright. I mean, let's just do it. 75% is 75%, right? 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 of this going horribly wrong. They even concede, even though I could have just lost the game on a 25% chance. All they needed was the Charizard. For the content. I mean, few things feel better than a Charizard conceding immediately against you. But yeah, that was fun. I don't think it's by far as refined as you can get with the Lopunny, but it's just for the sake of trying out stuff. Oh yeah, Serena. That's right. Yeah, I kind of that flew over my head. Didn't pay much attention to when they played it. Anything super broken. Magnezone decks have become more broken than ever. But not even with the new Magneton and Magnezone, just good old Magnezone. Kind of better than ever, or maybe one of each. Because this one, yeah, okay. It's fine, it's sort of a confusion for next turn. With 20 less damage. I did not try Venusaur yet, no. I tried the Speed Grow, but with or Quick Grow, but with Ariados and Whimsicott. I could try a Nagro Grass deck. I wonder how that would be. Just did a 10-pull and got 2 Mega EX Charizards. Congrats! 1 Mega Steelix. Yeah, I actually played Steelix earlier in the stream because it was one of the earliest requested cards. It was fine, but it's like steel types with 4 energy requirements always have a similar issue of ramp. Although Steelix in particular does have Brock, so that makes it a little bit more tolerable. What is the advantage of the quick grow over rare candy? Mostly stage 1 decks. Stage 1 cards, because it's basically a Pokeball for your stage 1s that immediately goes on to play. And like Ariados is one of the prime examples because its ability works on the bench, so you can kind of just quick grow it while it's on the bench and the ability immediately activates. Yeah, Charmeleon looks so good. And actually, I feel like this Ivysaur has good potential, even though the problem is not getting it knocked out after if it attacks. But I guess 100 HP, potentially with a quick grow or the Leaf Cape. I was even thinking a quick grow Lilligant in there, but it's, I guess you don't necessarily, this is already so bulky. Yeah, but this Ivysaur can be insanely good, especially if you go first. I mean, if you go first, your opponent still gets to attack twice. It still gets knocked out by Mega Altaria, for example. So that's not brilliant. Even something like, I don't know, Chingling, Mega Absol, dealing 90 damage to it. But then the Mega Absol gets hit by Venusaur. Growth Extract would make double stage 2 decks more viable too. Yeah, with an asterisk. So one of the issues with a stage 2 deck like this is that, imagine a double stage 2 deck, you typically run something like this. Oh, I only have one Mega Venusaur actually. Didn't even realize. But then you typically run, let's say, Superior or whatever. Like, one of the issues is that you don't typically run 2 lines of 2 stage 2s in the deck. Yes, let's use this one just so it's easier to search for the pre-evolutions. Like you typically run 1 line of one stage 2 and 2 lines of the other stage 2, then with a double rare candy, right? And in this case, the quick grow is a little bit awkward. Quick, I'm not sure if it's an iPhone or not. Quick grow is a little bit awkward because it's either only evolving your Bulbasaur to Ivysaur or your Ivysaur to Venusaur, and you can't use it with the Superior at all. Actually, I put the stage 1 here for no reason. It's not the stage 1 that I wanted. Yeah, something like this. So unless you're actually committing to the second line or the second copy of the second stage 2, but by then, like, look at the amount of hard deck slots that this is already taking. You basically have no space for anything else. So I feel like the problem with quick grow for stage 2s is kind of like this, is that it's not great for the support types of stage 2s that you usually only run rare candy with, because you would be forced to run a stage 1 for those, and then the rare candy is not usable for that slot. So instead, I feel like this is better. The quick grow extract would be better with something like 2 stage 2 attackers, like generally stage 1 decks, yes, but better for stage 2, for 2 lines of stage 2 attackers, something like Meowscarada, the Decidueye, or Meowscarada, the Beedrill, where both stage 2s want to get into the front line and attack potentially, not so much the ones that you're better off just running 1 copy of. Yeah, dropping rare candy. Maybe. Yeah, maybe it actually replaces rare candy in some of those decks, or maybe one of each. And yeah, rare candy doesn't get help you set up faster on with Venusaur, probably. That's right. 50-50 Mega Venusaur too. Charizard 50% of the time. So yeah, you guys mentioned Heliolisk. Let's just test the waters of how good the Heliolisk Magnezone is, really. Magnum or Magna. Magna is good enough. So new Magnemite, yes, but I feel like you still want the previous Magnezones or Magnetons. I don't love the new Magneton, but I'm okay with the new Magnezone-ish. Let's try one of each just to test the waters, just to try it out. So Helioptile. No, yes. So the new Helioptile can one-shot babies. Actually, the new Magnemite can one-shot babies. That's pretty interesting. I think one Oricorio is in order here. At least one. I don't love running two Oricorios a lot of the time. So Clement. She's... yeah, puts 2 random cards. Can be really good. But Clement backpack, I mean, you can stack them, right? You can use both deal plus 40. But you're right that I guess the new Magneton can be really good with this Clement backpack. But for the older Magneton, I'm not sure. I think just how many decks are not even running one red, or maybe only running one red. I guess if you're running something like Heliolisk, you do want to reach the 140 threshold. But because I'm running Magneton Heliolisk, I do want the elemental switches to enable the Heliolisk comfortably. And then, I mean, kinda rattle the cages. It's on one hand called whaling, on the other hand called trading a lot. I've been really putting the trading to good use to start trading. So like I've gotten most of the supporters, 2-star supporters, through trading, I guess, except the new one, right? New Clement. So what else would I want here? On one hand, I want another copycat. On one hand, I want a giant cape. On one hand, I want like what? Cyrus? I feel like Cyrus is probably the must here, even though I'm kind of aiming to two-shot or one-shot a lot of stuff. This might be too much card draw, to be honest. In a way, Clement kind of replaces Copycat, or is even better than Copycats. I don't necessarily need Copycat here, do I? Clement backpack plus 20. I don't think I really need it, but I just want to test it out. Only one Clement. Maybe, yeah, it's for consistency. It's kind of replacing the May as well. It is a really good, I mean, it is drawing 2 cards. So if you could run 4 researches, wouldn't you run 4 researches? Although it's not necessarily always drawing you 2 if you already drew most of it. That's true, but how how consistently do you really want to ensure you draw the first one? And that's kind of more how I see it. It's like, for example, most decks that run 2 copycats, they don't necessarily need the second copycat, but they want to make getting at least 1 copycat as consistently as possible. And I feel like it's a similar take here. But I guess 2 researches, 2 Clements, and 1 copycat is way too much. Like, because the meta is kind of evolving to dumping your hands, I feel like I want to play around that a little bit and not rely on our own copycat. I'm just gonna go with a giant cape or something to make our stuff a bit more resilient. I think X speed could also make sense here. Because if I start with the Helioptile, not fantastic, not terrible. Yeah, there's probably a more refined list you can run here, but it's just to try it out, to try out some of the new cards. I feel like this is fine as a baseline. Interesting tech, like Guzma instead of copycats or Pokemon Cinder Lady. Yeah, it's common to see Pokemon Cinder Lady in this decks with Oricorio. Make your Oricorio kind of stall for longer and survive the likes of Rocky Helmets for longer. But I don't want to be relying too heavily on the Oricorio. Even though, I mean, yeah, this match, if you start with it, there's not much of a choice. Although, yeah, there's a lot of damage potential already. If they got an Leo, gonna take what, 30 on their turn? Like 30 from their attack plus 50 after. There's a Clement's backpack. Interesting. So I'm gonna put the giant cape here. Oh, did I forget Pokeballs? That's silly. Okay. That's really silly. Yeah, I guess I underestimated running a stage 1 and a stage 2 in the deck in terms of deck space. Maybe you only run 1 Heliolisk. Because of the energy discard, you don't really need to. But yeah, this is not looking great already. Yeah, I don't think I necessarily win like this. So I already have 1 Heliolisk, but I am guaranteed 1 Magneton here. But it's my Oricorio gets one-shotted. I actually lose the match already, right? I get one. If I retreat, I don't lose immediately, but I'd lose my Magneton. So that already doesn't work, right? If I retreat, I have a 10 HP Oricorio. If I don't retreat, I lose the match immediately. I needed more basics there. Okay, let's try with the Pokeballs, because I am definitely not great. And let's try only 1 of those, because it's a finisher, right? You wouldn't run 2 Pikachu EXs. to finish the match with. Like anything that discards all of its energy. Hi Shinigami King. Welcome to the stream. And welcome to the stream, No Rush. I think I forgot to welcome you. So let's try more like this. How goes life? Pretty good. Excited about the new update. Oh, Clement's turn 1 is pretty good. So is this a mirror match? Okay. But going first is a little bit slow without my Magnemite. Yeah, Pokeballs to get the basics, Clements to get the stage 2s. Makes sense. But I think the new Magnemite has 50 HP. So maybe there's a way to build this with other 50 HP Pokemon to use Lysia to get the Magnemites more reliably. Then again, research Clement, Lysia, that's a little bit too much. Maybe you do want that copycat after all. This is kind of rough. I have to threaten to take out this Magnemite in the front. Yeah, basics doing 30 stage. I mean, we've always gotten a few, I think, but yeah, typically not ones that could evolve to stage 2s until a certain point. Like the Horsey with the Kingdra was already dealing 30. I think it was the same Horsey that patch. We have like 3 Horseys. One of them deals 30. So they do evolve the bench now. This is only drawing 1. Oh, this is rough. Yeah, it's not even drawing anything. I just showed them I have no cards in hand. Or I have both Magnetons in hand. If I just attack, I get 1 point, sure, but I probably... Yeah, the Oricorio comes in and one-shots me. I lose all of my energy. Yeah, maybe only 1 Clement. But even then, like, what would have helped the most here instead of a Clement? Because my hand is bad enough. I guess a May? I thought Clement was gonna replace the May, but maybe you need it for cases like this. Clement felt so good as a potential second or third research. I feel like I need to do this, which is really bad. Nine cards. Yeah, it's rough when all of your evolutions are on the top half of your deck, but your researches, Pokeballs, and basics are on the bottom. Okay, so they do go with that anyway. Yeah, I guess with only one Heliolisk, I don't need two elemental switches anymore either. So maybe I can just replace one elemental switch with May. And I mean, in theory, May for communication, yes, goes well with Clement. So you send those cards you can draw back to the deck so that you can draw them afterwards. So yeah, 2 cards left in their deck versus the 8. They do have Lysia and Copycat. But the Lysia, I guess, is only really fetching the Magnemites for them. So I wonder if they're running 2 Pokeballs as well. Yeah, I guess I did not get the right card draw here. I could either consider the Lysia or the May. Thanks for no rush. You guys can be right that the communication can be better, but I feel like there's a little bit too many Pokemon for communication. Right? 9 Pokemon. You don't have much control over it, and you might just end up replacing, you know, one thing drawable by Clement with another. If Lysia minus 1 Pokeball, probably. But I only have 5 basics. I think 5 basics, 2 Pokeballs is not that bad of a chance of getting the Magnemites. I am not running that many supporters though, so Lysia could fit well enough here, I guess. But then, do I really need the maze anymore? I don't even know. Like, nailing the card draw in this deck, I feel, has been the biggest challenge. Raikou I don't love though, because it needs 2 energy to attack or to retreat, and in terms of price point distribution, if you lose the Raikou, they only need to take out just anything else you have. So I feel like the main strength of this deck is the fact that it's kind of non-EX. Or maybe an EX could fit in here, but more as a finisher and not as a lead, kind of. Okay, research first. Try to max our basics. And that's the Magnemite guaranteed already. So how good this feels when you can actually get your basics. Now with Clement, I have the guaranteed No, I still not guaranteed because of the backpack, which I maybe don't even need. Let's see, I'm curious about this match of how well the Mega Charizard pairs against a deck that has 3 attackers. Although we started with the worst one, maybe. The Ember Charmander is an interesting choice, because you would not really want to attack with it. But actually, yeah, Heliolisk would be really good here, actually. Because I'm threatening to deal 120 already to this Charmander or Charmeleon or Charizard. And even better, I already have the Elemental Switch, so I can attack for 240 already. But yeah, this felt like a complete opposite draw of last turn or last match. Interesting. Maybe they even evolve with Rare Candy the front, or are they just sacrificing it? I guess just sacrificing it. Repel or Sabrina would be incredible here. But they have no way of finishing off the Heliolisk, right? Could even evolve to this one already. No, maybe not. Generating the energy is nice though. Doesn't really matter what I put the cape on, I think. Unless they put a Rocky helmet or something. I'm gonna be greedy with the Magnezone, not evolving the Magneton just yet so I can get more energy there. Heliolisk energy discard. Oh, Volkner. Volkner, Luxray, yeah. Did they have another Flame Patch? Oh. Huh. So they could have used the Mega. They already have the Mega in hand. I already used the Clements. I have both. I guess I can use May. Send the Magneton back to the deck. Get the Magnemite. I have the Magnum. Actually, maybe this one is better. But for science, let's keep the new one. Heliolisk's quick power with elemental switch will affect all players use red card. Yeah, I did think, I did feel like I was a little bit too vulnerable to red card for a turn or two there. But this card draw power has been pretty nutty already. I am forced to go with Magnezone now though. But yeah, no, I top decked the backpack, so I only draw one. And that's a concede, I mean, kind of expectedly. I was looking forward to them using the Mega though, not the basic, not the non-EX. Because they used Serena and didn't have it in the deck, so... But yeah. I guess I'll maybe just try one last deck. It's what, 1 PM here, so gotta have lunch soon. What else do you guys want to see? Yeah, suspicious lack of Mega Charizards. My thoughts exactly. And let's see. What else we have in this set? Mismagius, Reuniclus. Would Mismagius be better than Gardevoir? I mean, double stage 2 is rough, sure. I mean, that's pretty decent. But you're kind of going from 60 damage to 90 for a total of 150. That's honestly not that special. 150 damage. Yeah, Fantina would be fine. I'm in Portugal, Rattle Cages. So Western Europe time. What countries are you guys watching from though? Because this is kind of too early for the US, isn't it? I mean, it's like 8 PM or 8 AM in the East Coast. I'm sure like a lot of US people are waking up early to play the new expansion though. Southeast Asia, very cool. Australia, oh, amazing. Yeah, East Coast. Caribbean. That's a first for me, I think. I did not know I had Arabian users. I guess maybe Brazilian users or viewers. I do have quite a few. I'm not sure if Brazil is 1 hour ahead of the East Coast. I was lucky. I was lucky. I don't have one. I have two. Visited Lisbon earlier. Did you enjoy it? It's chill overall. Maybe a little too chill at times. I guess very hilly, right? There's so many hills if you are just walking around the city a lot. But yeah, also two of these aberration. I'm sorry, I don't love the shiny color scheme of Solgaleo. But yeah, I was curious about Ditto as well. I have to think about it more. A lot of hills. So we could try Reuniclus with either Gardevoir or Miss Magius. Let's try it. What the heck? Supporter card from your deck into your hands. I'm not sure if I love this one though. Oh, I only noticed this is 40 HP. Genesect looks fine. Yeah, looking really cool. I also love the 2-star versions of Steelix. Not sure if you guys have seen them yet. I can show them real quick. Just like both of them are pretty sick. I think this one even has like the full art displayed here. Yeah, both of them, like, yeah, so respectable. Or intimidating is maybe the better word. Crown growth extract on your first pack, that's insane. Crown rare items are terrible. I mean, I get that. They don't look as... They look kind of weird or a little bit off-putting in a way. Pokemon on the field. What do you mean that? East Coast, yes. US in the 8 a.m. Yeah. Also, welcome to the stream, Redeem Steve. And welcome to the stream, Pestilence, which I think I forgot as well. And I'm sorry if I forgot about anyone else. Like Lemon Life, yeah, welcome to the stream. And Gilgard as well. And Chavez. Staraptor Will. Yeah, I only... This with Berry could be nuts, right? 50 damage with 4 coin flips for 1 energy. So lucky to get Crown Aegislash. Yeah, honestly, I have no desire to get the Crown Quick Growth. And I feel really fortunate that I got the Aegislash instead. Face Skarmory Aegislash. I mean, I had kind of a Skarmory Togedemaru Aegislash deck that I uploaded that did fairly well. Celebi with extra steps. Kinda. I mean, for 1 less energy, you're rolling 1 more coin flip. But yeah, it's a stage 2, but it's not an EX. Yeah, it's pretty niche. All right, sorry, I'm straying a little bit away. The question is, would I use the new Misdreavus? Because I don't necessarily love it. I really like this one. Just because it's more information. Because how often do you really, unless you go second and you start with Misdreavus, you will never have a chance to use this ability, this attack. So it feels a bit situational from the get-go. Card draw is always good, sure, but it's only going second with Misdreavus that it's usable. Confusion. I could consider a Mismagius EX here as a surprise. These Mismagius, it also makes sense. You never really need two of these Mismagius necessarily. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, this is really slow going first, because the advantage of like Swana using colorless attacks is that it can be ramped by babies and you can kind of literally fit it into almost anything. Unless you have Fantina as your replacement to the baby, it'll just be too darn slow. So 30 HP for each psychic energy. The stage 1 is pretty underwhelming, right? So yeah, not necessarily. I guess I can just go with the rare candies. Penny supporter, I mean, probably not the best deck for it, but I don't mind adding one penny. Usually it's not one card that is gonna dictate whether you win or lose. And I wonder what new supporters, I mean, not many. The new supporters are actually terrible for penny, the Clement and the Serena, at least in this deck. Yeah, I've tried the Whimsicott Ariados. I think it was the second deck I tried today. It was fun. I gotta refine it a little bit more. I think it has good potential. We got a funny interaction actually when we were stacking with Whimsicott. We had both Ariados, so I thought I was going to deal extra damage due to the effects of them stacking, but my opponent actually had the inflatable boat, so it was actually countering one of the Ariados' damage increases for Whimsicott. But it was still enough to one-shot the target, so it didn't matter too much. Okay, so yeah, I didn't even include the basics for this one. And I should probably add Elysia here, but maybe I don't need 2 Pokeballs if I have Elysia. Or I wonder if I should run another Pokemon like this or something. Not necessarily a bench sniper, but usually I find like 4 basics to be a little bit awkward at times, and I kind of like finding that sweet spot for a 5th basic in your decks. I don't think Jirachi is necessarily it. What other basic could fit well here that does not have an evolution? Mars in red card, take advantage of Misdreavus. That can make sense. I kind of definitely want Lily, right, to keep my Rainiclus alive. Mew being an EX is kind of awkward though. Easy to snipe, it has low HP, and in terms of price points, if Mew gets knocked out, they only need to knock out any of these 2, which is kind of easy enough. So I guess I can try, instead of a 5th basic, the Mismagius EX. And Tina, yeah, the penny is definitely kind of awkward. I think a Giant Cape would be probably a good replacement to Penny, but I'll just take on the challenge of having Penny here for a match. Yeah, I was just mentioning the Giant Cape would definitely kind of be good, but let's give it a go. I'm not too intimidated by using Penny. I think sometimes it can even catch people off guard. In the big kind of good, like with all the copycats in researches, I think it's almost as good as time as any to use Penny. Yeah, this is the problem with these Misdreavus is when you start a match with it. So only the second one can actually do something. Okay, at least Lizzie is really good here. I can already evolve this, but I need the Mismagius. Mewtwo could actually maybe kind of fit here. On one hand, you kind of want to dump every single energy into Rhinoclus, so not really. But on the other hand, I mean, and it's difficult to kind of accommodate the energy discard from Mewtwo, and while, you know, also having energy for Rhinoclus. Yeah, I guess a red card should make sense. And it's not necessarily because of Misdreavus. I mean, you do get to see what their hand is, but it's just because there's so many card draw in this meta. Okay, I only really need that Mismagius. Oh, okay, there it is. Let's take a peek at their hand. Research Leaf. They already have the Ampharos. You know what? I think it's actually better to attack for 20. No, wait, but then doesn't really matter, does it? I almost need a Dawn to attack back to back with Mismagius. That's another reason why I like Swanna with the 0 retreat cost. No, wait. Yeah, maybe... No, I needed to use Research because I did not have Mismagius, but Fantina could have been good to attack with Mismagius here. No, but that's actually... Never mind. So let's go with the 20 attack after all. So that we can now attack with Mismagius twice. And potentially knock out the Raikou. Well, but then if I still have to deal with the Ampharos afterwards, maybe they won't have enough time to get all of the energy they need on Ampharos and Raikou, unless they don't attack with Raikou. No, Dawn is still fine. I think it's just that it was so outshined by Elemental Switch, but only for 3 specific types of energy. But I guess we don't need Dawn because Fantina is a replacement, right? I think what I actually do is I don't use Fantina next turn. I just put the energy normally. I attack with Mismagius. And then I use Fantina the next turn so that I can attack with Mismagius again. Assuming they don't red card me, but I don't have that many cards in hand. Just I kind of wish they put the energy on Raikou, that's all. So that they are caught out of energy later on. So there we go. I think this is curving out really well. And playing even more around red card. Although we never really need 2 Rhinoclus, kinda. There we go, 60. And there's the HP increase. Oh, that feels good actually. Just 60 HP out of nowhere. That feels really fun. And it's getting up to 200 next turn. But without the second Fantina, I am kind of caught awkwardly with these Mismagius in the front. So now they are out of energy. Oh, that's amazing. Wait. At which of your Drifloon and Mismagius? I was thinking if you had 2 Mismagius, if it could work on both. on the same turn. There we go, 200 HP. Let's I can keep going. 260 next turn. Getting even bulkier than the Mega Ampharas. They can't bring Pichu, otherwise they lose immediately. And honestly, they have to evolve this Mareep immediately as well. There we go. And look at their hand. But yeah, this draw was kind of perfect. But that was actually really fun. And yeah, I may have underestimated Mismagius a little bit just because of Fantina is really, really good for it. But when you compare Mismagius with Swanna, it's unless you draw your Fantina, Swanna is just better, I think. Not necessarily for Rainiclus because then it only works with the Psychic Energy. Yeah, we didn't play Penny though. But yeah, I think for this deck, at least my next take would be just replacing Penny with the Giant Cape. Right? And maybe take it from there. Why did I just write 2 letters? Take it from here as a baseline, maybe? I'm still wondering if it should use a 5th basic, though. Maybe you don't need 2 Pokeballs and Elysia. Maybe you take out a Pokeball. But it feels kind of fine as a baseline. Maybe another Lily for later. But also another issue I see here is that you kind of want to dump all of your energy onto your Rainiclus, which means your second Rainiclus is not doing anything. Unless you get both of them to like 150-ish or something to survive. I guess this can survive Mega Charizard, right? It was about to in that match. It was gonna go up to 160. Yeah, I don't necessarily need both. So then you maybe need Copycat to draw the one line of Rainiclus you have. Or maybe you put something else that synergizes with Mismagius. Maybe that Giratina Dawn. But I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe Cleffa could work nicely here as well. Like you guys were talking about red card. Can make a lot of sense. Or maybe Mars. Maybe even Chingling with a Copycat synergizes nicely enough. And the Chingling prevents them from evolving like with Rare Candy, whatever they have in the front line, which means the Mismagius can deal 60 to it if it's a basic that didn't evolve, but I guess they wouldn't have the basics in the front necessarily. I guess something I really love about Mismagius and Swanna though is that even though they have little HPs, it's like you don't lose the energy investment on them. You can just kind of attack safely. Lunala I think is a little bit too greedy though. Too much energy. It could make sense though in the sense that the retreat cost of 3 is really harsh. So you can't just pivot from one Rainiclus to something else. Unless you're starting the match with Lunala. But then can also be a little bit awkward in terms of price points if you have lost the Misdreavus or something early on. But yeah. Just checking the Wonder Peaks again. See if we have another 2-star here for some reason. I guess there's a new mechanic or kind of introduced in Mega Rising that I don't know if a lot of people know. That if you have all Diamond and 1-star cards of a specific set or the latest set, I'm not sure if this transitioned to Crimson Blaze as well. But if you have... I guess I should also display this here. Giratina on Cheep Pockets panel. Yeah. So there was a mechanic in Mega Rising that if you have all diamond cards and the 1-star cards, then you will have a 2-star Wonder Pick in your Wonder Picks menu every 48 hours. And that specific 2-star Wonder Pick will stay there the entire day, I believe. So it doesn't rotate out. So it's a really good way for you. It should already trigger for me tomorrow, I think. If this is still applicable in Crimson Blaze and not just Mega Rising. So I should start seeing 2-star Wonder Picks of 2 stars that you don't have specifically. So only of the latest sets. I'm assuming it's staying in Crimson Blaze as well, since it was happening in Mega Rising. And there's like entire Reddit threads about it and like theory crafting how it really works. Yeah, I love the art. The imposter here. The arts in general of this set are really cool. Like I was fortunate enough to get this rainbow, although the other rainbows look amazing too. But yeah, so like we still have to confirm if this is still happening in Crimson Blaze. But if it is, like I do like highly recommend trading for the cards you don't have quickly enough so that you can start getting those 2-star Wonder Picks sooner as well. I opened like 140 packs, I believe. I had 40 packs ready to go with hourglasses and then another 100 with gold. So yeah, I pretty much got all of the diamonds and 1-stars, except I still don't have 2 copies of all of them. So still need like a second copy of Venusaur and such. But yeah, wailing in an absolute display. But I think I'd call it a day here. It was really fun though. We've played like 4 decks already. So Steelix, Whimsicott, Heliolisk, and a bit of Rhinoculus here with Mismagius. All of them really fun. I'll probably not do a video today just because, you know, I don't have an editor working for me. This is kind of a lot of work, but I really should do streams more times, more often. This was really fun. Thank you so much for being here and experiencing this with me. Yeah, the new cards have a lot of potential. Expect some fun cooks later. I definitely still have to do some research on cards to use with the new cards that we got, and yeah, fine tune and refine some of these decks that we saw today, and some new ones as well. Yeah, thank you for that, and I hope you have a wonderful day, and may you get all of the 2 stars that you want, and pray for the Crown Age Slash, not the Quick Grow. So that's it, and have a great day, and see you on the next one.